Good evening, my dear friend. I'm glad you've joined me here tonight, in this quiet corner of time we keep just for ourselves. The day may have felt long, the news a little too loud, but here we move slowly. Here, every word is meant to soften your breathing and carry you toward rest. Tonight, we step back into a decade that people often picture as champagne fountains, glittering dresses, and music that never ends. But beneath the glamour, the roaring 20s held smaller, quieter moments too. They held hidden doors, brave laughter, and ordinary people finding new ways to spend their evenings when the world was changing faster than they ever imagined. If you enjoy these soft journeys into the past, I would be grateful if you pressed the like button or subscribed for more. And perhaps, if you feel comfortable, share in the comments where you are listening from. I'm always curious. Are you by the hearth, or with a fan turning slow in the window, or lying beneath the steady hum of a quiet night? So now, dim the lights, adjust your pillow, let the night breeze slip through an open window if you have one, and come with me. Our journey begins in a small room where someone stirs awake with a hope they cannot quite name. A quiet wish drifts through a restless evening. The room is narrow, with wallpaper faded from years of steam heat and cigarette smoke. A single radiator clanks unevenly in the corner, offering little warmth, though its rhythm becomes a sort of companion in the silence. The bed is modest, its sheets rough and scratchy, not the soft cotton one might expect today. A small table holds a folded newspaper and a pair of eyeglasses with one arm mended by tape. Outside the window, a thin snow is falling, catching the glow of a distant street lamp. It is the start of another day in January 1920, and though the city hums beyond the glass, the person who lies awake in this room feels something else, a longing not for noise or grand celebrations, but for a life that might hold more gentleness than the headlines promise. They rise slowly, feet on cold wood, hearing the faint rumble of the elevated train as it carries workers into the city's heart. At breakfast downstairs, conversation is light, even playful. Someone jokes about the new law that forbids alcohol, saying perhaps now the whole country will turn saintly overnight. Laughter ripples across the table, the kind of laughter that hides both doubt and curiosity. Already, whispers travel quickly. A cousin who knows a man who will soon open a hidden place where drinks flow in teacups and music drifts until dawn. Yet in this moment, the wish is simpler: to share coffee with familiar faces, to fold a newspaper and know the world will not break in two before evening. The young secretary who leans in to whisper about a secret bar, the factory worker joking with a crust of bread in his hand. Each carries the same unspoken hope: that ordinary days will still exist, even in a decade that seems determined to chase extremes. Beyond the window, car horns mingle with the sound of horses still pulling milk wagons through slush. The world stands between two ages, half Victorian and half modern, unsure which way it will lean. The one who listens to these sounds feels the tug of history, but also the stubborn pull of daily life: boots to be checked, notes to be written, small prayers folded silently before sleep. This quiet yearning, this restless hope, will shape the evenings to come. It is not the loud jazz band or the clinking glass that first defines leisure in the 20s, but the desire for comfort when rules change and the ground feels unsteady. For tonight, though, the only task is to rest. The radiator sighs again, the snow drifts down more heavily, and the city prepares itself for another day of transformation. The city dawn shows both horse carts and cars. The hour is not yet brave enough to call itself morning. In the east, a pale wash gathers behind the roofs, and the first window on the block lifts its shade as if testing the light. Coal smoke lingers low to the ground, as tender as steam from a kettle, and the street itself carries last night's shine in small puddles that remember the rain. A milk wagon turns the corner with a familiar clatter, the old mare patient to her work. Behind her, 2 cans rattle like muted bells. The driver sits in his coat with the collar up, cap pulled low, hands loose on the reins as if trusting the horse to know the route better than he does. From the bakery, a door yields a seam of warm air, and the shape of a man appears with a tray. His apron bears the day's first flour like frost upon linen, and he laughs softly to himself when a roll slips and lands back on the tray, saved by luck alone. He tucks the tray under his arm and vanishes into the smell of bread, the door closing with the polite sound of wood against wood. An elevated train murmurs across the distance and leaves a ribbon of soft thunder behind. The brick shines where the rain has not quite quit. A cat steps stilted across the alley's gloss and shakes its paws with theater. Somewhere a shutter slips its latch and blinks awake. Above a corner shop, a line of windows gathers a cautious gold, and in one of those squares, a child presses a thumb to the glass and draws a small circle that fogs and clears, fogs and clears. The city breathes, so does the child. Both seem surprised by the proof. The city, between centuries, tries on both faces at once. A Model T coughs awake and stutters, and for a moment it seems the car will decide against the day. Then it finds its breath, and the sound goes down the block like a rumor. 2 boys with news bundles trade yawns and slap their gloves against their legs, waiting for the press room to send them on. They practice headlines under their breath, testing which words ride best upon the morning. New laws, new taxes, a game won in extra innings, a speech promising a better harvest of something none of them can see yet. One boy adjusts the strap across his chest and counts the steps to the corner he claims as his own. The other rehearses how to lift the paper like a card trick, so the masthead shows, and the date is plain, and the price looks reasonable. They will be in motion all day, but for now, their boots draw a shallow pattern in the thin snow, and they lean into each other's jokes, as if warmth is a thing that can be shared by sentence. A door opens and gives up a rectangle of kitchen, a woman fussing with a kettle, a man searching for his hat, a small dog supervising with great seriousness. They move like a trio that has practiced, each aware of the other's rhythms, the whole of their morning scored and steady. On a second-floor landing, a seamstress ties back her hair and shakes out a length of muslin. She works near the window to save the cost of an extra lamp, and her scissors, the good pair, make a sound like rain when they bite the cloth. At the curb, a porter stacks luggage in a pyramid and buttons his vest. He pauses to wave toward a girl who skates through the puddles with careful knees, her skates a size too big, her mouth set in concentration. She is practicing something she cannot name, balance perhaps, or the keeping of faith on uncertain surfaces. A streetcar hums its thin, bright wire note and slows, and the driver kisses 2 fingers and touches the panel above his head, a habit learned from someone older, kept without questioning. A baker's lad lifts a bag of flour as carefully as if it holds a sleeping bird. When he walks, the bag sifts a little white behind him, a trail that turns the alley's gray to something gentler. The scent of yeast and vanilla drifts like quiet music. Storefronts begin to glow from within. A druggist sweeps his stoop and sets the day's cards in the window. Lip rouge, patent tonics, a tonic that promises the end of qualms. Beside him, a jeweler winds the velvet pads of his display and places watches in a row like little moons. The watches keep different times, and he smiles at the contradiction, then sets each in turn to the same small truth. A sign painter steps from his ladder and studies his letters, neat as a schoolteacher, steady as a breath. Across the street, a hatter taps a brim into obedience and brings a brush across, felt the same way one might calm a restless dog. The window cloud from the bakery grows thicker, then thins. A hand writes fresh, backward on the glass, and underlines the word with a flourish no one asked for but everyone will enjoy. In the tailor's shop, a measuring tape hangs over a chair like a sleeping snake. A man lifts it and drapes it across his neck and nods to himself, a priest of gentle promises. For a while, hooves and tires share the same wet stripe of road. When the mare lifts her foot, a horseshoe prints a crescent on the sheen, and a driver keeps his distance so the mud will not jump his fender. At a corner where the brick is dark with night's rain, a lamppost still burns. A boy reaches up with a stick and taps the iron, counting from habit. 1, 2, 3, though the lamp no longer needs a wick or a match. Habits linger longer than the things that made them. The sounds of the hour keep to modest volume. A door shuts, a latch lifts, a kettle finds its whisper. Somewhere, a radio coughs and crackles and becomes a voice for a few seconds, then retreats into soft static again. Across from the bakery, a shoeshine box appears as if by magic at the base of the stoop, and the owner of the box, a man with a steady jaw and a clean rag, sits beside it like a sentry. He does not call out yet. He polishes his own shoes first until they reflect the sky, sober, undecided, and only then lifts his chin to meet the day. The leather takes the light like a promise that has learned good manners. Our walker, let us imagine one, leans into the dawn and lets the city move around him. He does not require the whole story, not all at once. He is content with the detail that is in front of him. The way flour dust lifts and settles in the baker's doorway. The way a streetcar bell taps once, then twice, as gentle as a knuckle on a neighbor's door. The way steam makes its own small weather above a manhole cover. A policeman adjusts his belt and studies the shape of a footprint. He is not suspicious, only curious to know whether the day walked here before or after the rain. A clerk hurries with a ledger clutched to his chest, and then remembers he has more time than he thinks, and slows, almost embarrassed at his own rush. He looks up, finds a sparrow on the telegraph wire, and shares a breath with the little thing. The newspaper arrives warm, the ink still a little damp and unforgiving to gloves. At the edge of the front page, someone has run a thin line across the masthead with a pencil and written a price different from the one printed there. The world adjusts its terms by degrees. A woman with a gingham apron tied over her coat steps in from the alley and collects 2 bottles from the wagon, tucks them against her ribs, and tips the driver with an apple. He bites it, nods thanks, and his horse swishes her tail as if pleased by the exchange. 2 men argue softly about baseball and cannot agree which swing was more beautiful, last night's or the one from the week before. Their voices keep to the curb like rain that would rather not trouble the street. An early cafe opens its door with a bell that does not ring so much as breathe. Inside, chairs stand on their hind legs for a minute while the floor dries. The owner, hair damp at his temples, sets cups upside down on saucers and tests the handle of the percolator. He opens the till and closes it again and counts by touch. On the counter, a glass case holds donuts with a humble pride. A pair of dock workers step in, hats in their hands, and sit without speaking. The coffee arrives the way dawn arrives, first as a suggestion, then as a certainty, and finally as a warmth that steadies the wrists. When the men drink, they look at the door, then at their cups. then at the door again, not from worry, but from a wish to keep time with the day. They leave a coin that shines like it has been polished by hope. By the river, the fog holds its ground for a few quiet minutes more. Barges sit like low houses. Ropes crease the water in straight lines that bend the current into patience. A barge man pulls a scarf tighter and spits into the river, wondering without urgency whether the week will move briskly or slow. Overhead, a bridge counts cars the way a teacher counts attendance. Each passing throws a soft shadow across the deck below. Stripes that come and go like a cat's tail in sunlight. Where the market street begins, crates arrive with a thud that is both workmanlike and reassuring. Oranges glow even under the gray, and lettuce grasps its own good green. The grocer's boy wears sleeves that carry last season's careful patching, and he takes the time to set the prettiest apples where they will be seen from the trolley. A woman with a reticule pauses to consider a head of cabbage, as though listening for the right note. She chooses one that weighs heavier than it looks. She has done this every Wednesday since war years, and the habit feels like a promise kept. A florist lifts a bucket and murmurs to his stems. He does not expect an answer, but the petals keep their color just the same. By now, the city's old rhythm and new rhythm move in step, almost kindly. The horses' hooves find their old music on the cobbles, and a motor car hums a second line that does not offend. On the far curb, a man throws open the shutters of a photography studio, and the smell of fixer lifts like a warning about ghosts. He sets a portrait of a young couple in the window, two faces almost smiling, and straightens the frame with both hands until the corners agree with the world. A boy in a cap stops to read the names of streets painted on the post and traces the letters with a finger. He repeats them softly, as though memorizing a spell. A school bell sounds from a block away, neither stern nor coaxing, only dependable. From a church basement comes a choir of kettles and ladles preparing a noon dinner for those who will need it. Volunteers tie on aprons and share recipes as if exchanging secrets. Someone jokes that the soup tastes better when you stand near the stove and nod, and no one contradicts him. A teacher passes with a satchel and a stride that says the day can be managed. The train returns, as trains do, on time enough. Its cars gift the street a brief wind, and with that wind, a new set of smells. Oil, iron, the pocket change scent of metal. A shoe store clerk props his door to catch the breeze, then writes "sale" in chalk with a care that makes the letters round and generous. A mother with a pram navigates the shallow dips in the curb with the confidence of long practice. She tucks a blanket higher around the baby and presses her own scarf to her throat, as if fastening herself more securely to the hour. Above them, laundry lines make a bunting from plain lives. Shirts, small socks, the occasional apron saluting the morning. Nothing astonishing happens. That is the blessing. The astonishing part is how everything continues, how the city sets out the tools of its day and finds that they still fit the hands that reach for them. In the cafe, the dock workers finish their cups and return them to the saucers as gently as if they were placing small birds back into a nest. The owner nods a farewell without words, and the bell makes its soft breath again as they go. Our walker pauses at the corner and takes the measure of the light. He notes that the puddles have grown modest and that the smoke has thinned to a ribbon, and he decides the day can be trusted. He straightens his gloves, tucks the folded paper under his arm, and steps toward the market where oranges glow like pocket suns. Somewhere behind him, the mare shakes her head, and her harness chimes a little song that promises nothing more and nothing less than good work done in good order. The city, not yet roaring, lifts its eyes from the night and looks around as if seeing itself for the first time. It keeps the old while inviting the new, and in that meeting, hoof and tire, bell and horn, there is a small, durable peace. The hour breathes in, then out. Morning arrives the way a letter arrives, carried with care, opened without hurry, read by anyone who needs a gentle start. A shared breakfast hums with quiet news. The hallways smell faintly of coal dust and boiled coffee, a mixture that does not sound appealing when written down, but somehow feels like the smell of survival in these narrow rooms. Doors open with small groans, slippers scuff along the worn boards, and voices emerge slowly, still rough from sleep. The boarding house holds more lives than its staircases seem built to carry, yet every morning the pattern repeats: the descent to the common table, the scrape of chairs, the first talk of the day. You step down from your room, hand trailing the banister polished by years of the same gesture from others before you. At the bottom, the dining room waits. The wallpaper curls where steam has licked at it over the years, but the room is tidy, the table laid with mismatched plates that have all survived countless washings. Someone has left the window cracked, so the air carries a faint bite, sharper than the coffee but not unwelcome. At the long table, people are already gathered. A factory man in blue overalls rubs his hands as though coaxing them awake, knuckles red from cold and work. Across from him, a secretary in a pale blouse sits with her elbows close, posture already tuned to the office. A young couple shares a plate of toast, passing it back and forth with an intimacy so unself-conscious that no one comments. The landlady, apron tied tight at her waist, moves with surprising quickness for her age. She pours coffee, ladles oatmeal, and keeps the spoons clinking in rhythm with her own steady pulse. Conversations rise like steam from bowls. At first, it is simple talk, the weather, a cough, the rumor of bread prices nudging up. Then the headline makes its entrance, printed bold in black ink on the newspaper folded at the end of the table. The prohibition law, new and fierce, has officially begun its reign. The secretary leans forward, lowering her voice as if the law itself might be eavesdropping. "My cousin knows a fellow," she murmurs. "Says there'll be a little place opening next week. Password only." The factory man laughs, but not cruelly. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand and says, "Guess we'll all be saints now." The room joins in the laughter, not from belief, but from recognition of the absurd. Everyone understands that laws written on paper do not change the thirst written in people's bones. The coffee is dark, a little bitter, yet it steadies the hands. Toast crunches, oatmeal softens the edge of hunger. These are the small ceremonies of mourning, repeated with such regularity that the unusual news, the banning of a nation's drink, feels almost like a guest at the table rather than a ruler of it. The landlady shakes her head, mutters something about politicians never having to scrub dishes, and refills the cups. Beyond the windows, the street grows busier. A streetcar passes, carrying its load of clerks and students. A horse-drawn wagon rattles by, older music still playing in a city now half claimed by the motor car. Each sound enters the dining room like punctuation, reminding everyone that the day outside is moving, whether or not they feel ready. The secretary smooths her skirt, already late. She rises, thanks the landlady with a quick smile, and disappears into the hall. The factory man stays longer, spooning his oatmeal with slow deliberation, perhaps because the hours ahead will offer no such leisure. The young couple lingers, whispering about something private, their eyes bright with secrets too small for history, but too large for their own hearts. The newspaper remains open, its ink smudging slightly where fingers trace the words. The headline speaks of morality, of a nation striving toward purity. Yet in the glances around this table, one sees the opposite. A quiet agreement that life will find its way around such barriers, the same way water finds the crack in stone. No one says it aloud, but the shared silence confirms it. And so the boarding house breakfast becomes more than a meal. It is a gathering of witnesses to change, an unspoken pact among ordinary people to endure the extraordinary, by carrying on with toast and coffee, with jokes and whispers, with the simple act of living through a morning. The landlady finally sits, sighing as she pours her own cup. She looks around at the thinning crowd, at the empty chairs still warm from their occupants, and nods as if satisfied. Another day has begun. The boarding house has done its duty to shelter, to feed, to provide a stage for the quiet resilience of its tenants. Plain doors hide soft music waiting below. Evening arrives the way a letter arrives, quietly, with your name written in the corner, the paper still cool from the pocket that carried it. Street lamps bloom one by one along the block, careful as candles lit for company. Shopkeepers sweep their thresholds in slow, practiced arcs, pulling the day back inside. The bakery's window goes dim, except for a low ember of warmth that clings to the pane. The hatter flips his sign to closed and smooths the felt of one last brim as if tucking a child to sleep. The druggist counts the register by touch, coin against coin, the faint click steady as rosary beads. Somewhere a piano tries a chord, then another, as though asking permission. The notes slip through mortar and brick and end up on the sidewalk like polite guests who don't yet know where to stand. You follow them without saying you're following, the way people trail the scent of bread or lilac. The sound leads not to a grand door with brass and flourish, but to a narrow cut in a row of storefronts, a seam you might miss if you blink while passing. The doorway is painted the color of a cloud at dusk, neither blue nor gray nor anything that would bother to argue. Its knob has the soft shine of something often turned and seldom discussed. Just above eye level, a peephole has been patched, then patched again. On the jamb, where the paint is worn to wood, someone has tapped a rhythm with a coin enough times to leave a crescent. You knock the way you were told. Two slow, one quick, a small rest, then one more for luck. A square of darkness slides aside. An eye appears, ordinary, human, a little tired around the edges. It does not ask for documents or pedigree. It asks for a name that is not your own. Joey sent me, you say, and it feels strange in your mouth, like borrowing a coat that still remembers another person's shoulders. The eye studies your voice more than your face. Then the square closes with the softness of velvet being laid back in a drawer. The door unlatches. It opens just enough for you to slip through, the way evening opens for those who have learned not to hurry it. Inside, the air is warmer, enriched with tobacco and perfume and something brighter, citrus perhaps, or the promise of it. A bulb hangs at the head of the stair, and the filament draws a thin gold halo around the dust it keeps company with. Down you go, step by step, hands near the wall, the plaster cool and slightly pebbled under your fingertips. The stairs bend once, then again, like a sentence revising itself to become kinder. Somewhere below, glass sings against glass. Someone laughs in a tone that doesn't bruise the air. A drum brushes its skin with bristles and calls the room to order without commanding it. At the bottom, a second door, this one already ajar, a slice of light cast across the landing like a bookmark fallen from a novel you meant to finish long ago. You pause, not from fear, but from that old American habit of checking your hat, your cuffs, your sense of yourself before stepping into a room. Then in you go, not because there is nowhere else to be, but because in a city that keeps secrets, this one seems willing to keep you. The speakeasy is not a palace and has no wish to be. Tables hold their ground with white cloths, laundered past perfection into comfort. A mirror runs the length of the back wall behind the bar, its silvering foxed here and there, enough to soften every reflection into something almost forgiving. In the corner, a 4-piece band has made a small republic out of rhythm, piano with a lid that sticks when lifted, a drum kit the size of a modest promise, a trumpet that shines like winter sunlight, and a saxophone that looks too heavy to float, and yet does. The bartender polishes a glass, not because it needs it, but because people expect that kind of theater. His vest is the neat sort of black that forgets lint. He wears a bow tie like a good memory. "First time?" he asks, without moving his mouth more than manners require. You nod. He tips the bottle toward the shelf where brown and clear spirits stand in mismatched ranks. "Tea," he says by using the word tea, and lifts a porcelain cup from a stack that has seen better services for gentler afternoons. You take the cup by its ear. It warms the fingers, then the wrists. Then, by courageous suggestion, the day you have carried like a bundle. Around you, the room holds the peace of people, deciding to behave as if the world above were sensible. Men rest their elbows near their plates without claiming the table. Women sit without shrinking, the angle of their chins declaring the right to breathe. They speak in a register designed not to rattle glass, and when laughter arrives, it arrives as a cushion rather than a clatter. A couple at the nearest table leans together to read a clipped magazine piece about a new dance. Their heads nearly touch. Their smiles do. One of them traces a step with a finger in the air. Heel, toe, a small twist, and the other nods, already hearing the music in the mind. The band begins a tune that may have been born in one city and raised in another. New Orleans taught it to walk. Chicago taught it to wear a hat. Harlem will teach it to stay out late with good company. The trumpet lifts a line like silk threaded through a needle's eye, and the sax answers with something that remembers riverbanks and porch steps. The drummer plays brushes on the snare so gently the sound seems to arrive by mail. No one applauds when the chorus turns. They do not need to. Their bodies answer, knees finding a soft sway, shoulders remembering they are not made solely to carry weight. At the far end, a tiny red bulb near the ceiling glows steady. You notice how often eyes refer to it not with fear, but with that same neighborly attention people give to barometers and stoves. If the light were to blink twice, a kind of conversation would begin in a language that contains only verbs: cover, quiet, clear. But it does not blink tonight. It is content to be a lighthouse that does not need to warn of rocks. Near the bar, 2 women share a cigarette holder long as a conductor's baton. Their hair is bobbed and cleverly shingled, but the style never arrives before their presence. They talk about wages and shoes and the way a certain foreman footprints a hallway with his pride. One wears a dress that drops straight as a curtain and swings like one if she turns her hips. The other has a pair of gloves folded on the table and an expression that says she keeps a careful budget and a quick wit. When the band leans into a bridge, both turn their heads like birds who hear rain first. Their smiles touch the edges of the room and draw them inward, so the space feels like it belongs to everyone and to no one in particular. A man at the mirror counts his blessings and disguises it as counting change. He watches the band reflected behind him, as if this lets him look without deciding whether to be moved. At his elbow sits a widower who keeps score of nothing but has the habit of marking time with a pencil anyway, tapping an invisible staff on the napkin. When the pianist lands a blue note that bends like willow, the widower closes his eyes and sees a porch from a summer that did not yet know better. He opens them again before the memory gets ahead of him. Even here, even now, the rules are thorough. A door in the back opens to a stores room where cases are stacked with curt discretion. The bottles do not boast about their origins. The labels have learned a shyness that keeps them safer than swagger would. Every quarter hour, a boy with sleeves rolled to the elbow carries a tray of cups down a short hallway and returns with a tray of cups, a magic act no one applauds. The cups are always tea in public, always more than tea in practice, and the saucers do a brave job of catching the overflow of stories. A small comedy plays out at table 7. A gentleman who has not yet practiced the art of bathtub gin attempts a grin that would quarrel with gravity if either had the energy. His companion cuts the lemon just so and tilts the cup to welcome it. "Easy," she says, steady as a nurse. He nods and takes the advice into his mouth. The first swallow bristles like a new suit. The second decides to fit. The third finds him ready to set the cup down without negotiating with the table. By the time the band modulates up a half step, he has learned more modesty about boasting what he can handle. From the stair, a gust of chill air descends, full of newsprint and street lamp, and 2 latecomers arrive, with the careful feet of people who do not live loudly. They shake the weather from their coats and bring a pocket of winter into spring-feeling warmth. The bartender greets them with a nod that folds itself into a welcome. The first asks for coffee with the same precision you might use ordering a prayer. The second asks whether the band knows a certain tune learned in a certain dance hall on a certain block. The pianist, smiling without showing teeth, answers by playing the first 8 bars. The couple's shoulders drop. Their breath comes back where it belongs. You think of the world above, its officers and editors, its ministers and aldermen, each certain that vice will shrink if you make a law for it. Down here, vice behaves less like a villain and more like a neighbor dressed for dusk. It is not the drink that matters. It is the company that rearranges loneliness into something shaped like relief. People did not come to forget themselves. They came to remember who they become when the room agrees to be kind. There are small rituals everyone seems to know. Where to set the cup during the drum solo so it won't travel. How to lift a chair quietly when a stranger needs room. When to look away in order to grant privacy without making a theater of it. A young man steps back to let a pair of older ladies pass toward a free table. He offers the most old-fashioned of bows, and then returns to his modern laugh, as if the gesture bridged a century without strain. Toward the end of a tune, the trumpet player lifts his instrument slightly higher, as if listening for a note that hasn't yet learned its place. He finds it on the next breath, a clean, simple tone that hangs above the room and drifts like a moth toward the lamp. No one cheers. The room answers by becoming still enough to let the note finish its sentence. When it does, glasses are lifted, not clinked, and a few eyebrows lift too. The body's quiet way of saying yes, that. In a far corner, a tiny table is set almost against the wall, half hidden by a potted fern that has learned to thrive on secondhand music. At this table sits a pair of school teachers who still smell faintly of chalk even on their night off. They compare the words their children use now to the ones they used to use, and decide language is simply a moving river. You must cross each year with whatever shoes you can afford. One teacher carries a small notebook and writes a word down that she promises to look up tomorrow. The other underlines nothing and remembers everything. They split a plate of salted nuts with the seriousness of a treaty. There is a door you do not see until you know where to look. A shadow falls wrong and then right, and there it is. A panel cut into the wainscoting, clever as a magician's sleeve. If a certain bell rings, a sound shrinking quickly into silence, it will open like a story returning to a safer plot. For an instant, you imagine how the room would behave. Bottles that are not bottles anymore, cups that tell innocent tales, music that shifts from jazz to a church-appropriate hymn in 3 heartbeats. The rehearsal is invisible, but each person clearly rehearses it the way households rehearse fire drills, with tender seriousness and the hope never to need it. It is not needed tonight. Instead, the room leans into a foxtrot polite enough to teach in a parlor. Couples stand, not in a rush, and find their partners by instinct rather than appointments. The floor welcomes them and reminds them to be kind to knees and to shoes. They move in easy ovals that carry them past the mirror, past the fern, past the bar where the bartender steadies a tray with a wrist that learned steadiness long ago. You do not join them. Watching is its own dance, and the chair holds you as if it were carved specifically for this duty. When the foxtrot has made its final turn, and the drummer closes the lid of the song with a soft pat on the snare, a small applause rises, the kind with more gratitude than volume. People sit again. Conversations resume. Time resumes. All of it measured not in minutes but in kindnesses per hour. A napkin offered, a story shortened to spare a tired listener, a seat surrendered near the fan. From the stairwell, the faintest scent of rain arrives, even though the night above may be clear. Perhaps a coat still carries yesterday. Perhaps someone brushed against a cloud on the way down. The scent threads the room and leaves behind the idea that the world is bigger than these walls, and yet not necessarily better. Down here, time relaxes its jaw. You lift your cup. You find the temperature right where comfort lives, warm enough to matter, not hot enough to crowd the tongue. The liquid is whatever it is, better left unnamed. The company is what you will remember. The band starts a last, patient number, and the saxophone speaks like a neighbor leaning on a gate under a late summer moon. He does not sell you anything. He visits. He tells you the street is quiet, and the tomatoes are finally sweet, and the dog has learned a new trick you cannot describe without laughing. You feel the laugh arrive. You let it stay. When you stand at last, you do so with an ease the stairs will not argue. The bartender sees your shoulders find their proper height and calls you by a name you did not give, but which fits in a pinch. Boss, friend, Dolly, kid, and the names feel like nickels that have traveled many hands and kept their shine. He does not say, "Come again." He says the thing that means it more softly. Take care going up. The stair meets you halfway. At the turn, you stop to listen once more. The music is smaller here, like something heard from the porch of a house where you used to live. You carry it the rest of the way. The street receives you with a cool hand across the brow, and the lamplight approves of your decision to pause on the threshold and count the stars the city has left untaken. Behind you, the door closes with a sound that keeps promises. It becomes a plain door again, quite content to be mistaken for an ordinary piece of wood. You would not point it out to a stranger, not from selfishness, but because down there, people are building a way to live that cannot survive too much pointing. You put your hands in your pockets and find that your gloves have made peace with the night. Across the street, a streetcar sighs to a halt and then gathers itself and goes, like a sentence rewritten to be kinder. Far away, the river turns in its sleep. A window closes, another opens, and the city practices the duet it has perfected, old world and new, speaking in turns, neither interrupting the other. You walk slowly, because there is no reason to do otherwise. Each step off the curb and up again feels like stepping into a softer version of the same world. At the corner, you look back only once. The door remains what it is, but you know what waits beyond it. A room where hidden things are not wicked things. A room that teaches the modest miracle of letting people be. The music follows as far as it can, then leaves you to the hush that belongs to sidewalks at this hour. First sip carries more burn than sweetness. The door to the street has already settled behind you, and the stairs' hum still lingers in your bones like a low note the body keeps after the instrument stops. Down here, time feels folded, corners turned in neatly, edges softened with use. The band is between songs, loosening their fingers, leaning on their cases the way farmers lean on fence posts at dusk. In the pause, you notice smaller things. The lamp glass blooming with faint halos, the white tablecloths showing a darning stitch or two, the quiet habit people have of keeping their voices round and low so that nothing sharp flies across the room. The bartender is a steady figure at the center of it. He does not loom, he anchors. When he moves a bottle from one shelf to another, it is never quite about the bottle. It is about setting the evening's pace. He catches your glance as a lighthouse might catch a fisherman, not signaling danger exactly, but letting you know the coast is marked. Tea? He says in the way people here say tea, meaning what they mean while naming what they must. You nod, because this is the ritual you came to learn. Cup, saucer, a lemon slice as thin as a Sunday promise. The cup is warm even before it holds anything. The warmth is part of the disguise. Hot porcelain lifting steam that smells of juniper and something sharper beneath. The bartender tilts the kettle and sends a bright thread into your cup. It looks like tea if you do not stare. You set the saucer down and feel, in the base of your palm, the memory of all the hands that have rested here before yours. Factory hands, shopgirl hands, teacher hands, hands that carried ledgers and babies and the day's worth of newsprint. Each found a place to be set gently for a while. First one? He asks, by which he means first one here. First one since the law changed the shape of ordinary life. You answer with a small nod, and he leans closer in a confidential way that contains no pressure at all. Slow at the start, he says. Let your mouth learn it. It doesn't owe you sweetness. He sets a dish of sugar on the bar, and beside it, a dish of salt, as though life could go either direction, and both might help. The band begins again. Nothing brazen, only a walking rhythm the room can rely on. A woman at the nearest table hums along under her breath, while lace cuffs brighten her wrists. At the bar mirror, a man smooths his hair and does not quite meet his own eyes. Two girls in sensible shoes practice a step under the table with their ankles while pretending not to, the way girls always have when rules are new and shoes are stiff. You lift the cup. The first sip is not kind. It rises with a prickle that is almost a question. Are you certain? Your tongue answers sooner than your mind does, and your throat declares its opinion in a slow, heated line. Whatever this is was not born in a vineyard. It has known garages and back rooms and brave guesses with measures. Someone nearby whispers, "Bathtub," not to frighten you but to invite the truth to the table. The drink has been cut with care and citrus, dressed in a teacup, and introduced by a man in a bow tie. It is still a stranger in your mouth. The bartender watches without staring. He cuts a lemon moon so thin you can see the lamp through it, and lays it on your saucer for the second try. Think of it as medicine that chooses to be pleasant, he says, in a tone that refuses to sell anything. The dock workers call it that on their bad days. A bit of honey will tame the worst of it. He tips a spoon toward the sugar bowl, then toward a jar of honey with a ribbon of amber sleeping inside. He does not touch either. He lets you decide what kind of evening you're living. At the end of the bar, a pair of quiet regulars move through their own small ceremony, a soft clink of cups, a shared glance before each sip, a nod after, half prayer, half report. You feel less alone in your grimace. The second sip comes with lemon, and the prickle settles. The line down your throat becomes less of a scold and more of a warmth. The room approves not with applause, but with the casual way it carries on, as if your tiny victory has fit itself into the hour's quieter triumphs. A chair pulled back, a napkin offered, a foot finding the beat without waking the tired ankle it belongs to. Conversation gathers its old braid around you. There is talk of wages and of the snow that may or may not arrive by morning. A woman says she's saving for a hat with a small feather that refuses to behave. Her friend promises to teach the feather manners with steam and a thimble. A clerk rehearses the saying he means to tell his boss tomorrow. Brave in rehearsal, patient in delivery. The daily world does not leave itself at the door. It sits here, takes its hat off, and agrees to be softer while the band keeps time. You hear the word Canada drift from a table, a remark about a cousin and a box of something with a gentleman's label. Someone else, lower voiced, mentions a pharmacy back room where tonic meets cough and makes a match of convenience. In the corner, an old story is retold with a new ending. The one about a friend's friend who once mistook a bottle meant for cleaning for a bottle meant for company. The moral is passed with the sugar, gentle, necessary, brief. The bartender, hearing that story yet again, tightens the drawer that holds his lemons and bitters, as though stewardship could be expressed by the neatness of tools. A little farther down, a woman unwraps a straw paper and knots it into a tiny bow. Then another, until the saucer holds a garden of bows. She is older than the word flapper, but younger than the disapproval that word invites. Her dress is simple. Her hands are polished by work, not polish. When she drinks, she closes her eyes, and her face learns kindness from within. She smiles when the trumpet leans on a note that might have broken if it had been played any harder. It finds its balance. So does she. The bartender shows you the map of the room without pointing, a nod toward the door with the hidden hinge and the fern that seems to know too much, a glance at the little red bulb that speaks a language the room respects, a tilt of the chin toward a table that finds quarrels and disarms them with humor. If the light blinks, he murmurs, we become a coffee club. You will never have seen us before. The notion passes without haste, like a cloud that does not grow teeth. It is enough to know the rehearsal exists. By now your cup has learned your hands, and your hands have learned the cup. The second swallow was kinder, the third almost companionable. The burn has become a warmth that spreads out rather than down, like a stove taking its time. You catch yourself breathing more slowly. The band notices it in the way musicians notice the sea by the behavior of the boat. They lean into a tune with a gentle back porch stride where the piano tells the story and the others affirm that it is worth hearing. At a nearby table, a man in a clerk's suit peels the label from a bottle of soda water and lines the scraps like petals around his glass. He confesses, almost to himself, that he hasn't danced since he was told his feet were better used for walking. The woman with him, perhaps a cousin, perhaps a kind friend, says the floor does not ask for proof. It likes new feet, she says, and careful ones, and feet that remember gardens. He laughs at that and looks down at his shoes, as if to see whether they were made for gardens and had simply forgotten. A server passes with a tray of cups, and you notice for the first time the bracelets around her wrist, plain elastic bands tied to nothing and everything. Each loop means something she chose. A month kept sober for a sister, a week of tips sent home to a mother, a promise made to herself and kept all the way to Friday. The bracelets speak without speaking. When the tray empties, she steps aside and resets the cups with a precision that lifts them into dignity. Not fine china, no, but loved, and that counts for more here. The bartender begins a quiet lecture he has likely given 100 times. He does not aim it at you. He lets it rest on the bar between you, like a pamphlet you may pick up or not. Citrus is your friend, he says. Sugar too, but only so far. A little egg white can soften the edges if the night's been cut with a saw. He gestures toward the back where ice lies wrapped like a patient secret. And cold is a mercy. We do what we can. His hands move through the small dance of a shaker, not because you asked him to perform, but because his memory prefers motion. He slides a new cup toward you, disguised as tea, the way hope disguises itself as practical advice. Try this, he offers, as if suggesting a coat before you step out under a shy rain. You sip, cautious. The edge is still there. Honesty requires it. But the lemon shows up early to make introductions, and the honey stays late to remember names. Someone at your shoulder murmurs a compliment in the dialect of the trade. That's a bee's phrase, eh? They mean the kind of thing sweet enough to keep and brisk enough to use. You nod, not with expertise, but with relief. Across the room, a small silence pools, and you look up to find its source. Two men, neither young, each carrying a long week on his shoulders, each taking a moment to let the other set his load down first. The room, trained in the decency of not staring, tends its own business more intently. The band lowers their lantern of sound a notch. The bartender speaks the way peacemakers do, standing on the side of both, and suddenly the quiet is resolved into a misunderstanding about a coat that looks like another coat, about a chair that had looked empty and wasn't. When it's mended, the room exhales without turning it into a triumph. The music swells a modest inch. The cups resume their ordinary geography. From the doorway, a gust of cool air brings a handful of street sounds with it. Tram bell, heel on stone, a far laugh carrying no trouble. Two new faces, college age, step in and blink until their pupils find the light. They have learned about this place from a cousin's cousin, and they have brought the eagerness of people who do not know how large their own voices are. The bartender shows them how to tuck their volume under the table. They do it happily, relieved to be taught the code rather than corrected by it. One orders coffee with an accent that still holds the farm. The other whispers to the band leader that he once heard a man from New Orleans play the same tune with more river in it. The band leader nods as if to say that rivers travel the way people do, quietly finding one another. Near the fern, the tiny back panel adjusts to the idea of not needing to be used. The red bulb keeps its watch. The boy with rolled sleeves returns from the storage room with the patient look of someone who knows a staircase by heart. He hands a bottle to the bartender with the grip people use when the thing being passed is heavier than it looks. The bartender reads the glass like a letter, It bears no name that a decent person would repeat outside, only a set of numbers like a code and a little chalk mark where someone promised quality and meant it. You let the room teach you, not just how to drink what is offered, but how to be where you are, how to keep your elbows tidy and your gaze kind, how to let a story take up space without forcing it to entertain, how to laugh in a register that leaves your neighbor's tiniest hope undisturbed. You had thought the speakeasy would be a place built on defiance alone, but tonight you learn its truer architecture, consideration, practiced until it becomes instinct, pleasure, modest and shared, risk, taken together so it weighs less on each person's chest. Your cup grows light. The bartender notices in the way trees notice wind. He tilts the kettle again, but pauses. "Enough for one more?" he asks, leaving the answer within reach of your better self. The tune at your back turns a corner toward its end. The pianist resolves a chord not to display cleverness, but to welcome rest. You see now why people speak of recipes with gratitude. They do not mean the drink alone. They mean what the right mixture can do to an hour that arrived with splinters in it. Around the room, people gather their coats without rising yet. A small choreography of, and soon. The band announces their last song with a lift of eyebrows rather than words. Two women slip on gloves finger by finger, as if dressing a thought. The clerk stands and finds that his feet have learned something while he sat. He looks toward the small patch of floor he might dare next time. Perhaps on a Monday when courage is inexpensive. You pay in the manner the room prefers, not by flashing bills, but by letting the money appear as ordinary as napkins. The bartender counts with a muscle memory that keeps everyone's dignity intact and returns a coin as though placing a period where a paragraph ends. "Take care going up," he says again, the code for farewell that includes a wish for safe steps, safe streets, safe mornings. You answer with a "you too," because whatever protection exists here must travel with its keepers when the door closes. The stair meets your shoes like an old friend who walks at your pace. At the bend, you pause and listen. The tune above the bass grows small enough to fit in a pocket. You tuck it there and climb. The knob is cool, the door an honest weight. When you slip through, the city accepts you without ceremony. Air sharpens your lungs kindly. A street lamp rings you with a pale halo you did not earn but can borrow for the block. You stand a moment and look both ways, not out of worry, just to greet the night. A woman passes with her collar up and a parcel wrapped in brown paper, the shape of a book under her arm. A teenager carries a broom across his shoulder like a cheap violin. Somewhere, a radio finds a station for a few clear seconds and loses it again, the way dreams evaporate in morning kitchens. You place your hands in your pockets and begin the walk back to the room that knows your name. The warmth from the cup travels with you a long time. The aftertaste of lemon keeps the mouth honest. Behind you, the door resumes being a door. Ahead, the street keeps its quiet treaty with your footsteps. The city, divided by law and stitched together again by small, stubborn mercy, walks along at your side without hurrying. A red light flickers, whispering of danger and calm. The walk home lingers on your shoes, each step holding a portion of the warmth you carried out from that hidden room. Yet in a city like this, warmth does not live forever in one cup. It disperses, slides between alleys, gathers at the corners of unfamiliar streets. As you move along the quiet way back, a distant sound, boots on pavement, a bell drawn out by tired horses, reminds you that prohibition has not only made new rooms, but also new shadows. The speakeasy behind you continues its careful heartbeat, but the world outside holds another rhythm entirely. Up there, under a lamp whose glass hums faintly in the frost, two men speak in half-sentences. They wear coats with collars pulled high, and though their faces are ordinary enough, their stance is too square, too practiced. One glances toward the alley door you have only just left. He is not a customer, not tonight. You sense this without needing proof. You adjust your pace. There is no alarm in your chest, only the quiet recognition that this age has made watchers as common as drinkers. Some are officers of the law. Others are men who serve a different law entirely. They are not so different in practice. Both wait, both expect payment, and both write their own rules in ledgers no court will ever see. The air itself feels trained, like a dog on a leash, waiting for one of these men to pull. Your hotel is not far. Its window lamps glow faintly against curtains. But before you reach it, your ear catches something else, a whistle, short and deliberate, carried across the thin frost of night. Not the whistle of a night watchman, nor the casual call of a newsboy heading home late. This one is clipped, agreed upon, shared between those who plan and those who answer. The kind of signal you heard whispered about downstairs. If the whistle blows sharp, cups empty, and words become weather. Behind you, the door you had closed so quietly opens again. A figure slips out, then another. Patrons who had been seated calmly at tables now walk briskly into the street, collars turned up, eyes averted. You do not join them. Your step is measured, too close to the hotel now to seem hurried. Still, you feel the brush of their movement, like a school of fish changing direction all at once. The red bulb you noticed earlier flickers in memory. It had burned steadily while you sat at the bar, glowing with the steady patience of a coal. Yet now, as you walk, you picture it flashing. 2 quick beats, a pause, then one again. The agreed signal, the quiet warning that law is near, or that law's shadow wishes to collect its due. In this city, one never knows which is worse. At the corner, a patrol wagon grinds past, its wooden sides marked with paint that already chips. The horses, restless, stamp clouds of steam. The officer on the bench looks bored, too bored perhaps, as though he knows his route tonight has already been purchased. He does not turn toward the alley you left. His eyes follow instead the line of empty windows above shops that close early now, their fronts sealed tight since liquor ceased to be sold legally. You stop beneath your hotel awning, pretending to check your coat pocket for a match. From this place, you can watch without being obvious. The 2 men under the lamp separate. One follows the patrons who have slipped away. The other lingers, leaning into the shadows of a doorway. They are not in uniform. They do not need to be. In Prohibition's theater, costume is chosen nightly, but the role is always the same. Reminder that freedom costs. Inside the hotel, warmth greets you with less suspicion. The desk clerk, a man of thinning hair and endless patience, looks up from his ledger with a small nod. He has seen guests return late, cheeks flushed, steps a little uneven. He asks no questions. His lamp is shaded, his pen scratching steady. For him, the business of the night is ink and numbers, not whispers and signals. Yet even here, prohibition seeps. In the parlor, where guests might once have enjoyed port or brandy, only coffee now steams in silver pots. The fragrance is strong, bitter, honest in its way. 2 businessmen sit together, cards in hand, and mutter about shipments. Interrupted. Their words are muffled, but you catch enough to know that rail lines now carry more than grain and coal. They carry bargains and betrayals. You climb the narrow stairs. Each step creaks with the humility of old wood. Your room greets you with its horsehair mattress, its single lamp, its radiator that clanks like a man clearing his throat but never speaks a full sentence. You close the curtain and sit by the window, cup of water in hand, replaying what you saw, the whistle, the red light, the careful exodus. These are the other side of leisure in this decade. The shadow costs, the silent codes, the way every joy is balanced against a danger nobody invited, but everybody accepts. Your thoughts drift, not to fear, but to the strangeness of it all. Prohibition promised virtue. Instead, it has bred theater. Silent plays acted nightly in alleys and parlors, on stairwells and behind red bulbs. You think of the bartender's quiet advice. Let your mouth learn it. It doesn't owe you sweetness. Perhaps the same is true of this entire new world. It does not owe sweetness. It offers burn, and in the burn, a kind of companionship. The radiator hisses. Below, the street quiets further. Somewhere a late paperboy shouts headlines, voice cracking in the chill. And yet you know that beneath that quiet other rooms flicker awake. More cups poured, more signals rehearsed, more careful music played while shadows wait outside. The city is learning to live with its contradictions, the laughter in basements, the silence on street corners, the law that speaks of purity while corruption becomes ordinary. You lean back on the chair, listening to the city's muffled heart. It beats two rhythms at once, danger and delight, interwoven so tightly they can no longer be separated. And in that doubleness, the decade writes its own story. Laughter drifts through smoke as new fashions take the floor. The morning after always feels a little gentler, as though the city too needs to rub its eyes and stretch its limbs. The memory of whistles and shadows lingers, but so does the faint echo of music, muffled by brick walls and stairwells. Chicago is learning to carry both, and so are you. By late afternoon, when the lamps are being lit one by one along the street, the pull of curiosity rises again. Word spreads easily in these years, carried not only by newspapers, but by the quick tongues of barbers, the careful gossip of shop girls, and the sly nods of street vendors who know the right corners. Tonight, there is a different invitation, not to a hidden basement, but to a dance hall whose doors open boldly, lit by electric bulbs that seem to hum with anticipation. It is not entirely legal, of course, for liquor will slip quietly between the tables, but the music, the rhythm, and the clothing, those belong to no law at all. Inside, the air greets you with warmth and smoke, the kind that clings to fabric and makes the whole room feel like an embrace. A band sets the pace from a small stage, trumpet gleaming under the lights, saxophone curling its voice around each corner, piano keeping steady time. Couples move across the floor with a style unlike anything seen in the parlors of a decade before. The women, these are the ones everyone calls flappers now, are unmistakable. Hair cropped short in neat bobs, their necks lengthened by pearls that catch the light with every turn. Their dresses are straight, light, and scandalously short by older standards, ending just below the knee. The fringe at the hem sways like grass in a breeze when they dance, each step drawing more attention than the one before. Some laugh as they dance, unbothered by the whispers of propriety they know are being spoken elsewhere. Their lipstick is bold, red as the banners carried in parades. Their eyes are darkened with shadow, not shy about declaring themselves. In one hand, a cigarette held with elegance. In the other, the hand of a partner moving to the rhythm. Around them, Men keep pace. Some are working fellows, their collars loose, their hair slicked back with pomade. Others wear finer suits, their shoes shining under the dance hall lights. For once, though, money does not decide the evening's course. What matters is the willingness to dance, to let the music dictate what the body can say. You stand at the edge a while, observing. The steps are new to you, stranger, quicker than the careful waltzes once taught in respectable schools. A young woman notices your hesitation. Her smile is sudden, friendly, touched with a mischief that seems part of the new age itself. "Come on," she says, tugging you toward the floor. "You'll learn faster moving than watching." Her name, as you later learn, is Dorothy. She is not from wealth, not from any pedigree that would have mattered in the parlors of 1910. But here, under the spell of jazz, she might as well be royalty. She knows every step, the Charleston with its sharp twists of the knees, the shimmy with its scandalous shake of the shoulders. She teaches without words, guiding by the pressure of her hand and the rhythm of her laughter. At first, you stumble. Your shoes are not meant for this pace, and your body resists the abandon of the movement. But then something shifts. Perhaps it is the trumpet soaring into a note so high it seems to shatter the ceiling. Perhaps it is the saxophone winding its sultry line around your hesitation. Or perhaps it is Dorothy herself, unbothered by mistakes, pulling you into the whirl with absolute confidence. The room blurs into color and sound. Fringe swings, pearls shimmer, shoes scuff against the floor with percussive joy. The music builds, and the crowd claps along, encouraging each couple to move faster, freer. By the time the song ends, your breath is unsteady, your shirt damp, but your spirit feels lighter, as though some weight has slipped off without asking permission. Dorothy fans herself with her hand, laughing. "See? Not so hard. Just don't let the old rules catch you." Her words carry more than dance. They are the anthem of her generation. Don't let the old rules catch you. Around the edges of the hall, older faces watch. Some disapprove quietly, their mouths thin lines. Others are merely astonished, unsure whether to frown or to marvel. The gulf between generations stretches here on the dance floor, visible in the hemlines, in the movements of bodies unafraid to claim space. You sit for a moment, catching your breath, and observe more closely. The flappers' confidence is not only in their steps, it is in their independence. You overhear one speaking about her job as a secretary, proud that she earns her own living. Another mentions her own apartment, small though it is, away from her parents' house. These women are no longer waiting for permission to enter the world. They are already in it. Cigarettes lit, dances learned, voices unshaken. The music begins again, softer this time. A foxtrot that glides rather than stomps. Couples draw closer, moving with a new intimacy. In an earlier decade, such closeness might have been scandalous. Tonight, it is only another expression of freedom. Dorothy takes your hand once more, and you follow her into the gentle rhythm, grateful for the steadiness of her lead. The evening stretches long. Dances blur one into another. The slang of the night fills the air, phrases you barely understand, but know will linger in your ears. That band is the cat's pajamas. Don't be a flat tire. Laughter circles the room like smoke. The crowd is young, hopeful, reckless in ways that feel less like rebellion and more like release. At last, near midnight, the band slows its pace, offering a song that feels almost like a lullaby. Couples sway, their movements slower now, their energy spent. Dorothy leans lightly against you as the final notes drift into the rafters. The applause is long, but not thunderous. It is warm, grateful, like hands clasped around a hearth. When the hall finally empties, you step out into the night. The streets are quiet, the lamps glowing steady. The echo of jazz still thrums in your ears, but beneath it is another sound, the sound of change, measured not in speeches or laws, but in footsteps on a dance floor, in hemlines raised, in laughter unafraid of smoke or shadow. Streets move on while hidden rooms keep singing. The door of the dance hall settles back into its frame, and the night adjusts its coat. Music thins to a thread you can still pinch between finger and thumb if you try, but the street has its own melody. Soft tires on damp pavement, a far streetcar bell, a whistle that is only the wind finding its way around a cornice. The lamps along the block give off a steady, practical light, less romantic than the chandeliers inside, but kinder to tired eyes. Out here, the city remembers its ordinary chores, guarding stoops, naming corners, counting the hours without hurry. You pause beneath the awning, letting your pulse come down to the patient time kept by the moon. Across the way, a bakery has left its back door cracked for cool air, and the first loaves of tomorrow lean against one another like neighbors on a porch. Someone inside laughs, a quiet, working laugh, and knocks flour from a scoop with the same rhythm you carried on the dance floor. A cat leaps to the sill, discovers nothing to supervise, and curls into bread shape for its own fresh rise. Dorothy and her friends drift past in a halo of perfume and powder, their shoes clicking a last playful cadence on the walk. One fixes a stray bobby pin without breaking stride. Another lifts her hem to avoid a puddle that has kept its glossy opinions since early evening. They have learned to walk in groups, not because the city is unkind, it is more absent-minded than unkind, but because a joke split 3 ways carries everyone farther. Tomorrow? One asks. Tomorrow, the others answer, same as a promise said, to a mirror. Beyond them, a couple argues gently about the best way to fold a silk scarf so it doesn't learn the wrong creases. The man believes in triangles. The woman trusts accordion pleats. A passing policeman glances over, then away, the way a neighbor does when he recognizes a domestic matter far too elegant for his training. He adjusts his belt, checks a door with 2 fingers, and keeps moving. The leather creaking a chord older than jazz. Wind lifts, just enough to touch your cheeks, and slip 1 cool coin down the collar. The street inhales with you and finds the pace that belongs to after midnight. Not heavy, not hurried, but with a destination in mind. A taxi slows, showing its lanterned sign like a firefly deciding whether to land. The driver tips 2 fingers from beneath his cap, as if offering a ride or merely a blessing. You wave him on. Feet can be trusted tonight. Farther along, a storekeeper settles his gate, its metal lattice sighing down with a sound like rain on iron stairs. He locks once, tests the handle, locks again. He presses his forehead briefly to the glass, seeing in the reflection both the neatness of his display and the frame of his own day. Behind him, 3 hats nod in agreement from their stands. He leaves them exactly as they are, tidy, observant, sure of their crown lines, and disappears into the stairwell that leads to sleep. The city's quieter trades wake when the dance halls sleep. A man with a broom makes a road where there was no road, drawing a stripe of clean between curb and gutter. A lantern on his cart paints each stone with a traveling circle. He moves the way good sentences move. No wasted motion, every clause in its place. A newsstand owner sorts fresh papers into 4 tidy stacks and aligns the mastheads like picture frames. His hands are inked. His eyes, not yet. He will wait for the first trolley crowd, before letting the headlines into him. Windows above keep their own counsel. Here and there, a curtain breathes. A pair of silhouettes tilt toward one another, two profiles making one house out of a rented room. A piano far up the block tests a scale and decides against it. Grand buildings sleep as heavily as the small ones do. Only their snore is made of masonry. A flag, forgotten on its staff, catches the slowest wind in the county and makes the gentlest case for waving. From a side street comes the sweet argument of two radios trying to be the same station. One wins for a minute, then the other sneaks in with a brighter chorus, both doing their best through moth-wing static. A boy on a stoop cups his ear and leans, deciding without proof which set belongs to the song that has a trumpet he likes. He does not know the names yet, men who will be saints of a certain sound, but he knows a note that finds him and fastens. You turn the corner toward the river. Cities at night rearrange their furniture. Here the streets widen, the sky grows taller, and the air cools with a memory like tin and rope. Barges crouch along the shore, tied up like obedient bulls. A man on watch stamps his boots and breaks a biscuit cleanly in half, offering the other half to the dark before eating both himself. Far under a bridge, a train writes a slow signature across the underside of heaven. You can read none of it and understand all of it. A streetcar clambers over its route and pauses at your stop, doors yawning like a polite yawn. Inside, the car is nearly empty. A nurse folding fatigue into her lap, a pair of mechanics comparing a grease stain that looks, if you squint, like the map of Florida. A woman with violets pinned to her coat, as if spring could be smuggled past January through the buttonhole. You do not board. You stand and listen to the car ring once, then twice. It takes the late hour with it, climbs the next hill, and becomes a thread, then a bead, then a dot, then a remembered sound. Along the warehouse row, new paint has learned old brick. Letters 3 stories high name firms that trade in things you cannot picture as beautiful, but which everyone needs at breakfast. Flour, bolts, rope, glass. In one open bay, a man sleeps upright on a sack, his cap tilted to the exact angle that says, "Wake me when the whistle does, not before." A calendar on the wall insists on the date. A flywheel insists on the future. The man insists on 5 more minutes. Each is right. Each will have its way. The city's dogs have negotiated a truce. A bark begins far off, crosses an intersection with grace, and settles in a yard where someone left a plate out by mistake. Cats take the rooftops by treaty, appearing at the chimney line like punctuation marks stippled by moon. Somewhere a window opens, and a hand empties a pail with the discretion of habit, water finding stairs and gutters, as if they were always meant to meet. You pass a church whose steps have cooled to marble. A placard by the door lists tomorrow's hymns, numbers that, to someone else, are a weekly map. You consider stepping inside, not for prayer, exactly, but for the taste of a different hush. You do not. The door is locked, and that seems right. Instead, you sit briefly on the lowest step. The stone keeps the day's stored warmth better than your coat. You think about the ways people make rooms under rules. The speakeasy with its red bulb, the dance hall with its bright bulbs, the church with its stained ones. Each holds a version of relief. Each writes its own alphabet for saying welcome. A wind comes down the cross street in an orderly line, pushing the city's leftover scents. Vanilla from bakeries, coal smoke, old onions rescued by vinegar, perfume with a citrus soul, news ink fresher than bread. The sums of 1,000 kitchens keep their own mathematics. The window you pass next proves it by letting a pot lid rattle. A woman inside stirs, tastes, nods, and goes on stirring. From the opposite window, a gramophone throws its voice onto the siding and then takes it back in, as if practicing politeness. 2 delivery boys on bicycles ghost by, hats low, legs steady. They carry something wrapped in brown paper that could be anything, from a box of bolts to a book with a secret moral, and they ring their bells not to warn you, but to warn the night. On their backs, the straps cross like the letter that begins carry, and they do. A third rider loiters behind, cutting figure 8s around a lamppost as if sketching lazy infinity on the pavement. When he notices an audience, he straightens and chooses straight lines, the oldest trick in the book. On a quieter block, where porches make narrow stages, a tenant brings a chair out and sits with her ankles crossed, as if summer could be willed into January by posture alone. She lights a cigarette, then does not smoke it, just lets it burn itself patient, while she counts the same 4 stars she always counts before bed. "Hello there," she says when you pass, not expecting an answer. You touch the brim of a hat you don't wear, and give her the hello back. The citizenship of streets observed and renewed. The farther you walk, the more the city reveals its small industries of care. A tailor's shop lamp is still on, a neat man bent over a seam, his breath fogging the pane he works behind. In a window above a dentist's office, a mother rocks a baby whose patience is almost, but not quite, out. In a courtyard not as empty as it looks, 2 boys swap a baseball back and forth, palming it like inheritance, neither of them throwing hard enough to wake the windows. Their whispers make a game out of nothing. "Bottom of the 9th, one says. "Nobody out," says the other. They are both telling the truth. Childhood has a way of being always on the edge of a rally. At an all-night diner, one of the new ones whose stools are always warm, a cook turns a stack of pancakes intended for men who drove longer than they said they would. The coffee grinds their tired into something they can carry. A waitress writes orders in a hand as tidy as prayer and keeps an eye on the door for those who come in with a wind still in their coats. In the corner booth, a pair of musicians, too clean to have just played, too wired to be going home, discuss a chord change that would make a familiar tune behave like a new friend. One drums with his fingers lightly on the tabletop, the other hums, immediately embarrassed at having sung where people eat. No one scolds them. The clock above the grill accepts the minute wandering. The street outside the diner holds your reflection. Glass knows your stride now, recognizes how you incline your head when listening for the trolley. You walk with the politeness night expects. When you pass a shop window dressed in silk, it seems only fair to lower your voice. When you pass a cobbler's sober display, you quicken a shade, granting those shoes the fiction that they are about to set out. When you reach the corner with 3 trash bins dented into an accidental sculpture, you slow to admire the craftsmanship of ordinary dents. Somewhere between here and your room, a corner musician takes up a spot he favors, an angle of brick that makes a natural shell. He lifts his cornet and plays not loudly at all, a low prayer folded into velvet. It might be a blues, or the memory of one that's been pleased into a smile. The notes do not travel far. They do not need to. People passing nod without actually turning their heads. They keep time by deciding not to interrupt their own quiet. For a moment, the block becomes one house, and the house becomes one room with its lamp turned low. The player finishes his thought, counts to 4 in the old, invisible way, and pockets the mouthpiece like a secret he will need again. Your route threads you back toward the hotel, where the clerk's lamp still holds its small franchise of light. On the way, You cross an alley that has learned too many stories to tell any of them clearly. Two cats confer about fish bones. A crate leans against a wall and discovers it is a chair when you sit. From deeper in the alley comes the smell of oranges, impossible and true. The discarded skins keeping their courage hours after the fruit fed someone down the block. You lift one rind, rub it between thumb and finger, and your hand remembers summer. It's enough rescue for one corner. The hotel door lets you in with the howl of an old hinge tamed by oil. The clerk looks up, sees that you belong to him in the ledger and to yourself in the hallway, and returns to his columns. The stair greets your hand at the rail with the comfort of known wood. On the landing between floors, a potted plant works at the slow miracle of turning lamplight into peace. Someone has propped a card beside it. Do not forget to water. Then, in another hand, added, "Please do, I can't be trusted." The plant has shrugged and kept on living. In your room, the window keeps a small square of night for anyone who asks. You stand there a while longer, watching the street continue being a street. A man closes his umbrella and clicks it twice to shake the last drops clear, though the sky is dry. Habit takes several weeks to receive the memo. A woman pauses to write something on a scrap of paper, using a mailbox as a desk. The city holds the paper still. A delivery truck noses along with a patience that will make the morning's breakfast possible. No one celebrates any of this. If they did, you would never sleep. You sit on the edge of the bed and unlace your shoes, listening for the small sound of leather letting go. It is a satisfaction the century has not outgrown. The radiator offers its irregular lullaby, shy of melody but faithful to the beat. Somewhere below, a door clicks in the manner of doors that have known the same key for years. And all at once, the dance hall's remembered trumpet, and the alley's modest wind, and the baker's working laugh, and the diner's thin hymn of plates settle into a single, low tone that the body understands without translation. You were here, and you were careful with it. You draw the blanket up. The room breathes like a fellow creature, its walls expanding and settling as pipes exchange secrets in their winter code. Sleep leans against the sill, not impatient, merely sure. You allow it in stages, the way the city allows dawn. First to the hands, then to the knees, finally to the argument that kept you awake last week and cannot find you now. The last thing you notice before the tide comes up is the street lamp's cone on the pavement, an island of light that never moves and yet helps everyone navigate. Secrets travel faster than footsteps in the night. The night has a way of leaning close, as if the lamps themselves are curious about what happens after the last song fades. Inside the walls you left behind in Part 8, laughter has thinned to an echo, and the piano now rests its tired chords. Out here, though, something else begins. The air is thick with quiet knowledge, a city alive with rules spoken only once, rules you must carry like folded notes in your pocket. These are the whispered codes of a hidden world, where prohibition doesn't end drinking. It teaches new ways to disguise it. A man in a gray cap lingers at the corner, not quite a beggar, not quite a customer. He touches his nose twice, then turns his collar up against the cold. You realize it's not the weather he's protecting himself from. It's recognition. Another man, heavy in the shoulders, slips from a side street, and without a word exchanged, they both vanish into a door marked "Tailor, repairs while you wait." Tomorrow, you'll walk by and see spools of thread, neat windows, a sewing machine in motion. Tonight, the hum is different. Jazz that never expects to be printed on a sheet. Liquor poured into coffee cups. Voices deciding how to trust one another. Chicago has become fluent in signs, A single red bulb above a door means more than the painted words on the glass. A glance held for 3 seconds instead of 2 tells you whether to knock or keep walking. Some passwords change nightly: butterfly, sawdust, cold river, while others last all season. The trick is not remembering them, but saying them without trembling. The city can forgive a wrong password, but not a nervous tone. That's how men lose their names. Walking on, you notice how the streets themselves seem to practice secrecy. Cobblestones swallow the sound of steps. Alleys bend their shadows around corners. Even the wind carries things half-finished, never the whole sentence. From an upstairs window, you hear a woman's voice laughing mid-story, but not the story itself. Curtains take on the duty of gatekeepers, deciding which silhouettes are meant for strangers' eyes. It isn't just the drinkers who learn the codes. The police, too, adapt. An officer leaning against a lamppost tips his hat low, a gesture that says, "Yes, I saw you, and yes, I will forget, if you remember, me later." Later always means money. Later means someone else paying the price. Corruption is less a sickness here than an agreement everyone already signed in invisible ink. You pause outside a pharmacy. By day, it is aspirin and cough drops. By night, there's a narrow back stair, worn smooth by shoes that never buy medicine. In the half hour before midnight, men line up at the counter pretending to be afflicted. They request medicinal whiskey with solemn faces, while behind them, the clerk scrawls notes on paper he never files. The doctor's signature, once rare and careful, has become so common it looks like a pattern in wallpaper. Across the street, a bakery that still smells of bread hides a basement room with its own lessons. Patrons learn to call gin tea and to ask for extra sugar if they want it poured twice. A nod to the band means a tune might last longer, giving dancers more time to hide their bottles if the knock comes. Everyone is a student of survival now, memorizing drills as if they were in school again. Only the chalkboard has been replaced by smoke signals and flashes of light through curtains. One night, you find yourself in a speakeasy smaller than most, tucked beneath a barber's shop. The barber himself is part of the act, sweeping the same patch of floor for hours so newcomers can pass without suspicion. Downstairs, the air is warm with bodies pressed too close, but no one minds. They are united by a kind of trust that comes only when everyone risks the same fall. At a nearby table, a young woman leans forward, tapping her cigarette 3 times on the ashtray before speaking. That small rhythm is another kind of code. "I know someone. I have something to offer. Listen closely." The whispered codes are not all verbal. They live in posture, in the angle of a hat, in the way a glass is held. A man holding a glass by its rim may be signaling he is out of money, hoping someone notices and spares him around. A woman removing one glove but not the other is saying she'd like to leave, but only if invited. These gestures are not written anywhere. They evolve by the night, a secret grammar built from necessity. And yet, beneath the elegance of these codes, a sharper edge waits. Sometimes the wrong gesture, the wrong phrase, invites not a drink, but danger. A glance mistaken for defiance can draw attention from men whose suits are cut too fine for their trade. The whispered codes blur into warnings, a language where silence is safest. In the hush between trumpet solos, you feel it, the city teaching you when to speak and when to disappear. It would be easy to think of this as chaos, but no, the city is organized, only not on paper. The paper says one thing, the streets another. On the books, alcohol is illegal, morality triumphant. In the rooms hidden behind shoe shops and diners, life is practical, lived according to the needs of thirst, music, and companionship. The whispered codes are the truest laws, binding everyone with a common understanding. We cannot live without these small rebellions. Somewhere, you hear the call of a newsboy. The headlines he shouts are about politics, sports, the weather. But the real news, who was arrested, who was paid off, who was betrayed, travels only in half sentences, over the bar or through a quick word exchanged on stairwells. The city wears two faces, one printed, one whispered. You live in both at once, carrying the contradictions like coins of equal weight. As the hour drifts past one, you return to your room, carrying not a bottle, but the echo of hidden words. They cling to you the way cigarette smoke does, not visible in the morning sun, but always there, woven into fabric. Tonight you have learned more than passwords. You've learned that every city has two maps, one for daylight, one for the hours when lamps burn low. The whispered codes are the roads on that second map, guiding you safely through the unseen. Sleep comes with its own codes too, breath slowing, thoughts folding in. As you lay down, you think of the barber sweeping a floor that never grows dirty, of the woman with her one glove on, of the officer with his hat tipped low. Symbols, all of them. Notes in a song played softer than jazz, but more lasting. You drift into their rhythm, trusting the city to keep its secrets until morning. Dawn carries secrets that the night cannot keep. The sky does not rush. It lingers in shades of pale lavender and gray, hesitant to reveal the full face of morning. Street lamps fade reluctantly, like tired guardians reluctant to hand over their posts. The city begins to stir, but the rhythm is uneven, half of Chicago still carrying the hum of hidden jazz, the other half already reaching for factory whistles and church bells. You step into this in-between, where last night's whispers still cling to the air. The boarding house hallway greets you with the familiar creak of floorboards, though now the scents are different. Gone is the perfume of smoke and gin. In its place, the more ordinary perfume of soap, starch, and porridge. Yet even here, echoes of the night persist. A young man trudges up the stairs, his collar askew, shoes carrying dust from rooms he dare not name. He nods at you, no words needed. The same shared language of survival continues even in daylight. At breakfast, the conversation pretends to be ordinary. The landlady serves oatmeal, and spoons clink against bowls in their steady chorus. But beneath the surface chatter of weather and laundry, you catch fragments of something else. The factory worker mutters about a raid down on Halstead. The secretary says her office colleagues whisper about a new place near the pharmacy, better gin than the last. One boarder chuckles that the police drank more than they confiscated. The stories move like currents under calm water, visible only if you watch the ripples closely. Outside, Chicago wears two faces again. By day, the streets insist on being respectable. Milk wagons rattle past, their drivers steady as they measure cream into glass bottles. Children in neat coats hurry to school, their boots crunching the frost that still clings to gutters. Storekeepers lift their shutters with a metallic clang, setting out displays of dresses, hats, and tools. But if you look long enough, the traces of night reveal themselves. A doorway that smelled faintly of tobacco and gin now displays neatly pressed suits. A window cleaned too quickly leaves smears that betray its midnight use. Walking further, you pass a church, its bells calling the faithful. Inside, the pews fill slowly. Men and women bow their heads, seeking solace in the steadiness of Scripture. Yet even here, the pastor clears his throat and mentions the new prohibition laws. He warns against temptation, against lawlessness. His words float in the air like incense, but the expressions on the congregation's faces suggest a quieter truth. They know that just beyond these walls, temptation is not merely a shadow. It is a community, a rhythm, a part of the city's breath. By mid-morning, the streetcars clang and hiss, packed with workers. You ride one, feeling the sway of bodies pressed close. A man unfolds his newspaper, its headlines a blend of sports victories, political debates, and small notices of arrests. One article describes the capture of a group of bootleggers on the South Side. The text is stern, the tone moral. But as the man reads, a smile plays at the corners of his mouth, as though he recognizes friends among the unnamed. The car rattles on, steel wheels shrieking at corners, carrying passengers who all know more than they say. At the corner drugstore, a new crowd gathers. By day, mothers with children come for cough syrup. Men in overcoats buy shaving cream and liniment. But the clerk, his eyes shadowed by fatigue, writes more prescriptions than medicine. The papers are neatly folded, but you catch a glimpse of the word whiskey written in hurried script. The customers accept the slips with solemnity, as if they are instructions from a priest. No one laughs. This is a different kind of ritual, the daylight version of whispered codes. The smell of baking bread draws you down another street. The bakery window gleams, golden loaves stacked high. Inside, the baker's hands work flour into soft mounds, shaping them with the same tenderness as prayers. Housewives line up, coins ready, baskets waiting. Yet in the back, behind a curtain, a crate sits. Its sides are stamped with a foreign mark, and the baker glances at it nervously before covering it with a sack of flour. By tonight, the crate will be empty, its contents poured into teacups across the city. By morning, more bread will rise as if nothing ever happened. As the day warms slightly, you find yourself near the river. Barges move slowly, their hulls stacked with lumber, coal, and sometimes less obvious cargo. Dock workers sweat and swear, their shouts echoing off the warehouses. One man pauses, wiping his brow, and gives you a quick nod. His eyes flick toward a barrel that looks too carefully sealed. You understand without words. The whispered codes of the night find their reflections even in broad daylight. The city has become fluent in silence. Noon approaches, and with it, the clatter of lunch. Cafeterias fill with clerks eating sandwiches, while diners buzz with conversations over bowls of stew. You sit at a counter, the steam from coffee fogging the window. Beside you, two men in suits talk softly. One mentions the price of gin rising. Another complains about a police captain asking for a larger cut. They never say the words speakeasy or bootleg, but every gesture, every pause, makes the meaning clear. The waitress refills cups without asking. Perhaps she hears, perhaps she doesn't, but she pours as though she understands more than she says. After lunch, you walk past a newspaper stand. Headlines scream about a politician's speech on virtue, about the progress of America's moral experiment. Yet tucked below, a small advertisement catches your eye. Learn the Charleston, classes starting Tuesday. It is a reminder that not all leisure requires shadows. Dance lessons, radio broadcasts, even baseball games continue in daylight, offering Americans another way to spend their hours. Still, the advertisement feels almost like a wink, as if the city itself is in on the joke. Laws may try to dictate behavior, but life insists on dancing anyway. By afternoon, children's laughter fills the parks. They chase hoops, climb swings, toss balls across fields dusted with frost. Their voices ring clear, untouched by the complications of hidden drinks and whispered codes. Yet even here, the edges of change appear. A group of young women walk past the park, their skirts shorter than their mothers would approve, their hair bobbed, their laughter bold. They are flappers in the making, symbols of a generation not content to wait politely for permission. The children pause in their games, watching the young women with awe. The future, it seems, is teaching lessons even in play. Toward evening, the sky dims once again, colors deepening to amber and rose. Street lamps flicker back to life, as if they too remember the rhythm of night. You sense that the city is readying itself for another cycle, respectable by day, rebellious by night. The whispered codes are already stirring, waiting to replace the sunlight with signals and knocks, with passwords and hidden glances. The morning echoes will soon be replaced by midnight music. And so you walk back toward the boarding house, the taste of the day still lingering. You think of the church bells, the bakery's hidden crate, the drugstore's quick prescriptions. Each moment of daylight has carried its own shadow, proof that the night never truly ends. It merely changes its costume. As you enter your room, the radiator hisses softly. You sit by the window, watching the first stars appear, faint against the city's glow. Somewhere in the distance, a trumpet warms up, its notes bending into the air. You realize that morning has not erased the night's secrets. It has only taught them how to hide in plain sight. The Charleston begins with laughter and unsure knees. Evening does not arrive all at once. It seeps gently into the edges of the sky, a slow turning of the light until shadows stretch longer and lanterns glow warmer. Chicago hums with its ordinary end-of-day chorus, streetcars clanging, shopkeepers sweeping doorways, mothers calling children home. Yet beneath this familiar pattern, a quieter invitation begins to take shape. Somewhere behind unmarked doors, a band is tuning. Somewhere in a crowded hall, dancers are tying shoes, dresses are being straightened, collars adjusted. Tonight, the Charleston will take the floor, and with it, a new kind of freedom will be declared in rhythm and step. You step from your boarding house into the chill air, your coat pulled close, your breath visible in small clouds. The street is alive, but not hurried. Men in overcoats lean into the wind. Women laugh in small groups, their hats pinned tight against the breeze. Overhead, the elevated train groans past, sparks flying briefly as wheels meet track. You turn down an alley that looks unremarkable, but your heart quickens when you hear the faintest tremor of piano keys leaking from behind a plain door. 3 knocks, a pause, then the familiar scrape of a peephole sliding open. The doorman's eyes narrow, but when you offer the name, just one word passed quietly from friend to friend, he steps aside. The door creaks open, and the stairway swallows you whole. Down you go, into warmth and smoke, into music waiting to rise. Inside, the speakeasy is already alive. Tables crowd the floor, teacups filled with liquid that would never pass in daylight. The air smells of perfume and tobacco, sweat and wood polish. A small stage is set against one wall, its instruments gleaming under low lamps. Trumpet, piano, drums, and a saxophone waiting for breath. The band members adjust their ties, exchange glances, and then the first bright notes spill into the room like a promise. At first, the music is slow, a gentle foxtrot that invites couples to the floor. Men and women sway together, hands pressed at polite distances. But soon, the pianist leans forward, his fingers striking faster, and the drummer joins with a rattling insistence. A few who know what is coming glance at one another, grinning. And then, almost suddenly, the Charleston bursts forth. Wild, syncopated, unashamed. Feet slap against the wooden floor. Knees knock together and apart, twisting inward and outward. Arms swing opposite to legs, creating a strange, joyous chaos. At first it looks clumsy, even comic, but then the rhythm takes hold. The whole room tilts into its sway, and laughter follows. A young woman near the center throws her head back, her bobbed hair swinging as her shoes scuff sparks of sound from the floor. A man across from her tries to mimic the motion, his own knees wobbling with comic exaggeration. The crowd cheers him on. You step closer, drawn to the spectacle. This is not the stately waltz of earlier generations, nor the rigid quadrilles of Victorian parlors. This is something looser, bolder, full of laughter and defiance. It does not care for rules written in hymnals or etiquette books. It cares only for the beat, for the shared breath of 100 dancers daring to move differently. At the edge of the floor, Dorothy, whom you met only nights before in a dance class, spots you. Her cheeks flush with effort, but her grin is irrepressible. "Come on," she shouts over the music, pulling you forward. And before you can protest, you are on the floor, your knees trying to catch the rhythm, your arms swinging in awkward imitation. The crowd welcomes every stumble, every misstep, with the same enthusiasm as a perfectly timed kick. In this place, participation matters more than mastery. The band pushes harder, sweat glistening on the trumpet player's brow. The saxophone wails, filling the room with something raw and untamed. The Charleston is no polite dance. It is an earthquake of movement, shaking loose the stiffness of older generations. You feel the floor vibrate beneath you, a living thing under the stomping of 100 shoes. Between songs, couples collapse into chairs, breathless, faces shining. Cigarettes are lit, drinks poured, laughter rising like a second melody. Dorothy wipes her brow with a handkerchief, then leans close. "My mother says this dance will ruin me," she says with mock severity. I think she might be right, but what a fine way to be ruined. Her laughter is as bright as the trumpet's high note. The next number begins, and the announcer's voice cuts through the smoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, the contest begins now. Show us your finest Charleston." The crowd roars approval. Contestants gather, pairs and singles, ready to prove themselves. You watch as they line the floor, each preparing their best kicks and twists. The band surges again, faster this time, daring the dancers to keep pace. A man in a pinstripe suit kicks so high his hat flies off, sending the crowd into howls. A woman in fringe sways her hips with a precision that silences even the chatter at the tables. Two college boys, raccoon coats discarded at the door, attempt an elaborate spin and collapse into laughter when they crash to the floor. Applause rains down regardless. This is not about perfection. It is about joy, spectacle, release. By the second round, Dorothy joins the fray. She takes the floor with a daring tilt of her chin, her knees pumping, her feet a blur of motion. The fringe of her dress swings wildly, catching the light with each twist. The crowd begins to chant her name, clapping in time. You feel your own palms sting with the rhythm, caught up in her defiance. She dances not just for the crowd, but for herself, for the freedom her mother cannot understand, for the future waiting to be claimed. As the band reaches its crescendo, Dorothy throws one last spectacular kick, then collapses into a curtsy. The crowd erupts, pounding tables, stomping feet. A silver cup is brought forth, polished and gleaming, and handed to her with a flourish. She raises it high, grinning through the sweat and smoke. and the crowd cheers all the louder. For one shining moment, she is queen of the night. Yet even as laughter echoes, you notice something at the edge of the room. Two men in dark suits stand watching, their expressions cool, calculating. They do not clap, do not smile. They murmur to one another, their eyes scanning not the dancers but the exits, the owner, the band. You recognize this gaze from before. It belongs to men who see opportunity, not in joy, but in control. The celebration continues, but a thin thread of unease weaves itself through the smoke. Still, the band plays on. Glasses clink, couples embrace, and the Charleston rages until legs give out and knees buckle. The room is alive in a way that daylight will never permit. And when at last the music slows, replaced by the softer strains of a foxtrot, you sink into a chair, your chest heaving, your spirit lighter. For all its awkwardness, for all its chaos, the dance has given you something rare, a taste of freedom that lingers even as the night deepens. Crowds dance past midnight, forgetting the hour. Midnight does not strike here the way it does in the quiet of homes or the stillness of country lanes. In this hall, midnight arrives almost unnoticed, swallowed by the rhythm of the band, disguised beneath the laughter that swells between songs. If not for the faint chime of a clock hidden in the corner, no one would know the day has already surrendered to tomorrow. The floor, polished smooth by countless steps, reflects the light of hanging lamps. Shoes scuff, heels click, fringe and pearls catch the glow. The Charleston has burned through the crowd, leaving everyone flushed and glistening, yet still unwilling to stop. The band, drenched in sweat, accepts the pleas of dancers shouting for more. Fingers tremble with fatigue on trumpet valves. Drumsticks slip with dampness, but they play on, driven by the momentum of 100 eager bodies refusing to slow. The atmosphere changes subtly at midnight. Where earlier, the air had been filled with bravado, contestants showing off, couples performing spins for the crowd. Now the energy turns inward. People are no longer performing for one another. They are moving to keep themselves awake, alive, present. The music does not just stir feet, it steadies weary hearts. You find yourself seated at a small round table, Dorothy nearby, her prize cup resting proudly beside a half-empty teacup of bootleg gin. She leans back, smiling with a kind of dreamy exhaustion. Her bobbed hair clings to her forehead, damp from dancing, and her laughter has softened into occasional chuckles. "Listen," she says, tilting her head. "It's like the floor itself is breathing." Indeed, when you listen closely, you hear it. The collective sigh of bodies in motion, the uneven inhale and exhale of 100 dancers. It sounds like the sea, waves pulling in and out, feet scraping in unison, clothing brushing, beads rattling. There is something almost oceanic in the sound, as though the dance hall has become a shoreline of restless souls. The band changes pace, offering a slower number. Couples drift together, arms resting more tenderly now. The foxtrot carries them into a softer rhythm, one that allows for closeness, for whispered words. You watch as Dorothy is pulled into the crowd by a tall young man with slicked hair, his hand careful at her back. She glances once at you, smiling reassurance, before vanishing into the press of dancers. You remain at the table, observing. The contest has ended, but the night continues to stretch. Two older couples sway with surprising grace, moving as though the years have taught them not to rush. A group of college boys, their raccoon coats abandoned on chairs, attempt to master the slower steps with far less dignity, their partners giggling at each misstep. Then comes the shimmy. The band picks up tempo, the saxophone calling out like a playful dare. Shoulders shake, pearls bounce, the crowd returns to frenzy. This dance is simpler than the Charleston, just a shake, a shiver, a loosening of restraint, but its effect is no less powerful. Some elders watching from the edges frown, their brows furrowed as though they cannot decide whether to laugh or leave. Yet the younger crowd embraces it fully, shaking loose the weight of the week, laughing as bodies quiver in defiance of propriety. The hall grows hotter. Smoke hangs low, and the lamps seem dimmer now. A few dancers press open windows, letting in a sharp breath of winter air that curls across the room. The gust catches fringe and skirts, cooling flushed faces. Someone cheers the draft, grateful for the relief. Outside, a snowstorm has begun. You notice it through the open window, a gentle fall of flakes, silent against the clamor within. Street lamps outside are halos in the blur, and the city glows strangely calm. The contrast is startling. Indoors, feverish movement and sound. Outdoors, a white silence spreading across rooftops. Back on the floor, Dorothy has returned, breathless. She collapses into the chair beside you, sipping from her teacup. "Snow," she says softly, pointing to the window. "And we're still dancing. What will the neighbors think?" Her tone is playful, but beneath it, a thread of awe. The world outside is asleep, wrapped in winter's hush, while inside, time has been stolen, stretched beyond its natural rhythm. The announcer returns to the stage, voice hoarse but enthusiastic. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is now past midnight, but the night is young. We will dance until dawn." A cheer rises, though weaker than before. Many dancers are weary, but the idea of stopping feels impossible, as if leaving the floor would mean surrendering to a life outside these walls, where rules and restrictions wait. Better to keep moving, to keep the spell alive. Dorothy nudges you. "One more," she whispers, pulling you up again. You obey, though your legs ache. The music swells, the room surges, and once again, the floor shakes under the stamp of countless feet. You lose track of time. Minutes, hours, they dissolve into rhythm. At one point, the music ceases abruptly. A tense silence falls. The crowd freezes, and all eyes turn to the entrance. A whistle has blown. The signal. For a moment, dread ripples through the room. Cups are emptied, bottles vanish, the practiced pantomime begins. When the door opens, however, it is not the police but two latecomers, grinning sheepishly, shaking snow from their coats. The room exhales, laughter erupting at the false alarm. But the laughter carries a nervous edge. Everyone knows raids are real, that at any moment this fragile joy could be shattered. And yet, everyone chooses to dance anyway. The defiance is not shouted, not grandiose. It is embodied in knees knocking, shoulders shimmying, feet pounding. It is rebellion disguised as revelry. By 3 a.m, the crowd has thinned, though the floor is never empty. Couples linger, unwilling to let go of the night. Dorothy rests her head on your shoulder briefly, sighing, before straightening again with a tired smile. "I never want this to end," she murmurs. And you believe her. For in these hours, she has found something she cannot in daylight, a place where youth is allowed to shine unashamed. At last, as dawn approaches, the band slows into one final tune, a lullaby of jazz, soft and wistful, carrying the crowd gently toward rest. The dancers move slower now, some swaying with eyes closed, more dreaming than dancing. Cigarettes burn low, drinks are abandoned half full, the frenzy has melted into quiet contentment. When the last note fades, applause rises weakly, but sincerely. The spell is broken, though its memory clings. Coats are gathered, hats adjusted, Feet shuffle toward the door. The outside world awaits, with its cold and its rules. But for a few hours, the dancers have lived as though free. You step into the snow-covered street. The city is hushed, blanketed in white. Streetcars are still, cars dusted in frost. The only sound is the crunch of footsteps as the dancers scatter home. Dorothy walks beside you, her silver cup tucked carefully in her coat. "We'll be back tomorrow," she says quietly, "and the next night. Until we can't anymore." Her words drift into the morning air, as inevitable as breath. The horizon glows faintly, the first light of day returning. The long night has ended, but the memory of movement remains, a rhythm that echoes long after the music stops. Knocks come soft, and the room remembers its lines. Snow still clung to gutters when the next night gathered itself, not with fanfare, but with that same low hum you had begun to trust. The city wore its clean shirt of frost, buttoned to the neck, and the lamps along the street gave the snow a faint golden sleep they hadn't earned. You returned by habit more than hunger, drawn by the same gravity that pulls a tide toward shore, even when it does not intend to swell. Down the familiar stair, past the fern that pretended to be ordinary, into the warm, useful light the basement made out of smoke and brass. The bartender greeted you with the nod of a man who had already counted the chairs and found none missing. He lifted the kettle, weighing the room the way a captain weighs weather. You could tell, in the small way his sleeve paused above the wrist, that the night would ask for care. Not fear, care, the steadier cousin. Dorothy was there too, her prize tucked safely in a paper sack beneath the table, its silver lip peeking out like a moon behind cloud. She raised 2 fingers in a salute that contained both welcome and warning, and you felt the room slip you a borrowed calm. The first tune went out like a lantern gently carried from room to room, making each corner feel chosen. Couples found their places with the practiced hesitation of those who have recently learned joy can be rehearsed. A clerk unbuttoned one more button than prudence allowed. A seamstress let a laugh escape that sounded like a thread pulled true. The red bulb over the back door kept its steady, patient watch, unblinking, almost forgettable, like a guardian dog lying under a table. By the second tune, the room had settled into its level. Talk braided through melody, and the floor accepted the weight of feet as if it had missed them during the day. You noticed, almost idly, 2 new faces at the far wall. Their hats were not remarkable. Their coats matched 100 others. But the way they stood, shoulders parallel, eyes taking inventory without appetite, belonged more to ledgers than to dancing. You filed them away the way one sets aside a pebble discovered in a pocket, small, possibly nothing, not meant to hurt the hand, but worth remembering. The third tune grew a bright tassel of trumpet at its end, and applause rose like warm bread. That was when the knock came. It was not loud. 3 taps, each with the soft authority of a spoon on a porcelain rim. Conversations paused on their own exhale. The band did not stop. They became suddenly domestic, the piano loosening into something a parlor might approve. The drummer replacing sticks with brushes that sounded like a skirt being smoothed. The bartender lifted one eyebrow toward the red bulb. It glowed once, calmly, as if to say, "We have practiced for this." Chairs scooted without scraping. Cups took on coffee's shyness, a quick veil of steam rising where none had been a moment earlier. From a hidden shelf, a tin of chicory appeared and made the air smell of Sundays. Bottles slipped into the false belly of a sideboard designed for honesty but taught another trade. At your elbow, a man who had argued eloquently about baseball a minute before found sudden interest in the weather, which, to be fair, had also been excellent lately. The door opened with theatrical modesty. 2 figures entered, coats damp at the hem, hats salted with snow. They were not the men from the far wall. Those 2 had already evaporated through the fern door, like characters taking a different scene. These newcomers wore the city's ordinary authority, badges at breastbone height, winter cheeks, the posture of men who had learned to lead with their chins. They did not shout. The one in front took off his gloves finger by finger, as though undressing a thought. The room, in return, kept its shoulders even. "We've had a call," the second man said, as if the room might be surprised that telephones existed. He looked not at the cups, but at the ceiling, where pipes ran like staff lines holding a hymn no one played. The bartender met him halfway across the floor, not intercepting so much as escorting. "Gentlemen," he said, and he said it as though the word had been well cared for in his mouth. "Coffee?" The question contained its own ceremony. He set 3 cups on the bar, 2 forward, 1 kept for himself, as if to declare the liquid's innocence by taking its oath. The officers took the cups because in this city, refusing coffee is its own kind of confession. They sipped, faces unreadable, though the chicory tried its best to win them over. The first man walked the perimeter, touching nothing, the way a doctor stands at the threshold and listens before he ever lays a hand on a patient. He inspected the band, who looked, for all the world, like a quartet hired for a birthday. The drummer gave his brushes a little freckled flourish that could not be called merriment unless you were feeling generous, which the drummer hoped everyone was. "Any liquor on the premises?" the second asked, and a murmur of near laughter ran under the floorboards where it could do no harm. The bartender wiped a circle on the oak with a cloth that had raised 2 families. "We serve coffee, tea, and tunes, same as always," he said. The first officer's eyes slid to the sideboard, which looked appropriately middle-aged and innocent. He opened its top with the gentleness of a man waking a sleeping child. Inside, cups, saucers, a tin of sugar like snowfall stored for hard months, and 3 teaspoons filed down by time to their favorite shapes. At the back, a hinge argued very softly with its screw. The fern joined in by pretending not to tremble. The officer turned, set his cup down, and looked at the room as if it were a painting he had been asked to authenticate. He could have upended tables, shouted, made a spectacle of tipping the night out into the street. He did not. He stared at the bandleader instead. "One more," he said, "something a church would permit." The bandleader, who could play repentance in any key, nodded and chose a tune that knew the difference between sorrow and rest. While they played, the bartender reached under the bar and brought up the guest book. It was not a ledger of debts. Not tonight. It was the other kind, the one that remembers birthdays and safe returns. He laid a pencil on it and pushed it toward the officers with a small, neighborly nudge. The second man smiled in spite of himself, the way a man smiles when a dog places its head under his hand by mutual agreement. He did not sign. He traced the scalloped edge of the paper with one gloved finger and let his eyes soften around the corners. Everyone followed the room's lead. Dorothy, who could make glitter out of fatigue, guided breath back into conversation by asking the woman next to her about her hat. "Steam or no steam?" she inquired gravely, as though the fate of the Republic rode on Brim's stiffness. The woman considered, grateful for the problem. "A bowl and a towel," she decided. "No kettle. A kettle is drama." The first officer finished his coffee and set the cup down with the finality of a period. He nodded once to the room in a way that could be translated many ways in the morning paper. Then he said the sentence everyone here already knew by heart. "We will be back." He did not say when. He did not need to. The door let them out the way it had let them in, and the snow beyond took them with the same indifference it had shown to the two men on the far wall, to the baker and his first loaves, to the flag still learning how to wave without wind. For a moment, the room stayed in its careful pose, as actors do after a curtain, waiting for the last cough to be finished. Then the bartender nodded toward the red bulb. It slept. He tapped it once with the back of his knuckle, the way a father taps the door jamb a child measures himself against. The band leader exhaled a week's worth of breath and said into the microphone that was not actually connected to anything, "Ladies and gentlemen, intermission is concluded." The room laughed, not because it was hilarious, but because laughter is the way a body proves to itself it is still allowed. Music returned, not with bravado, but with gratitude. The piano found its walking gait. The bass remembered its tall, kindly spine. People did not rush to drink. There was nothing to rush to, and besides, the mouth keeps its own counsel after a scare. They returned instead to small repairs. A loosened shoelace retied with deliberation. A story resumed at the sentence where it had been interrupted. A flirtation resumed in a key half a step more tender. You noticed then the men from the far wall had reappeared. They now looked like coat racks, harmless as furniture. Their eyes, however, still measured doors. One spoke to the owner not near the till, but near the broom closet, where words go to be swept up later. Money did not change hands, not in sight, but something passed between them that, in another century, would have been called protection, and in this one was simply called how it works. The owner nodded with the relief of a roof that has been promised a harmless rain. Dorothy slid into the chair beside you and set her palms flat on the table, anchoring herself. "You'd think I'd be used to it by now," she said softly. "The way your chest tightens, like a coat buttoned by someone else." You looked at her hands, ink smudge on the right ring finger from a list she had made, a half-moon scar no bigger than a seed, bracelets pressed thin by years, not by fashion. "You learned to breathe again," you answered, though the lesson was still cooling on your own tongue. "We always do." The bartender, for whom mercy had become a trade, brought over a plate not on any menu. Sliced apples, a little cheese, a heel of bread made handsome by hunger. He set it down the way one places a book in a child's hands, an invitation to remember simpler alphabets. "Salt before sugar," he said quietly. "Get the heart steady. The sweet can wait." The rest of the night kept close to the ground. Dances shortened themselves to the length of a story you can tell at the door. Songs ended one chorus earlier than habit. Nobody left early. Nobody dared joy to be jealous. Instead, the room practiced thrift with its happiness, putting aside a little for mornings that might be lean. When someone laughed too sharply, they blunted the edge with a palm against their own mouth, as if to keep from startling the cat. Just before closing, the owner stood at the bar and cleared his throat, not to announce, but to bless. "Neighbors," he said, and the room, which contained friends, lovers, strangers, rivals, crooks, and saints in street clothes, accepted the promotion. "We will be painting the back stair tomorrow," he continued, which meant, do not use it unless asked. There will be extra coffee, which meant the kettle will be hot before the knock. If you know someone who needs a quiet chair for an hour, "Tell them there's one here," which meant exactly what it said. When the last tune, a lullaby in the shape of a blues, finished walking people toward the door, you and Dorothy lingered to help reset the room to its daytime alibi. Tablecloths turned over to their respectable side, cups nested like doves. The guest book returned to the drawer where the lemons slept. The red bulb looked smaller with the lights up, like a gem removed from a ring. The bartender unscrewed it and pocketed it with the care one gives to a photo of a brother. Up the stair, into the collar of night, you felt the city's knit loosen and retighten around you. Snow made a soft grammar underfoot. The alley kept its counsel. The street kept its treaties. Far off, an engine coughed a gentlemanly cough. Dorothy walked beside you with her hands deep in her coat, shoulders squared not with bravado, but with the knowledge of having passed once more through a small fire and found the door on the other side. At the corner, you parted. She tipped her head toward home. "Same time, not tomorrow, but the night after," she said, a code inside a sentence anyone could print. "The paint has to dry," you answered, and it was lovely, in that moment, to belong to a city where paint could be anything at all and still be true. You reached your room to find the radiator already telling its slow joke. You sat on the bed without removing your coat and let the night unbutton you one breath at a time. If raids must be quiet, let the recovery be quieter. You thought of the officers and their cups, of the band and their brushes, of the owner and his small, brave announcements. You thought, too, of the men at the far wall, of the broom closet where deals learn their names, of the strange mercy of a world that is not kind but can, at times, practice restraint. By the time your shoes remembered the floor and your coat remembered the chair, sleep had negotiated fair terms. It asked only that the red bulb in your mind be dimmed and that the last tune be allowed to reach its final chord without interruption. You granted both requests. The room lay down around you like a faithful animal. Outside, snow went on making everything equal, at least until morning. Afternoon light forgives what the night remembers. Morning took its time shaking the snow from the ledges, and by noon the city had arranged itself into gentler angles, softer edges on rooftops, slower crossings at corners. A hush that made room for errands spoken in smaller voices. You woke with the kind of careful ease that follows a night of narrow escapes, the way one rises after a fever, testing each limb, then trusting it. The red bulb in your mind had dimmed to a coal. Coffee steadied your hands. A second cup steadied your thoughts. Outside, the sidewalks wore fragile ribbons where early footsteps had drawn their letters, and the air, rinsed and bright, smelled of iron and bread. Somewhere a broom finished a sentence someone else had started, and the street took pride in its new grammar. You buttoned your coat and chose a different destination. No knocks, no passwords, no drills. Just a door that asked only for a ticket and your willingness to sit in the dark and be told a story. The theater announced itself from half a block away, a marquee spelling out its confidence in electric letters. State glowed like a word the city had decided to believe in, if only for the length of an afternoon. Above the entrance, a painted hand pointed down toward the doors, as if to say, "Rest can be purchased. Please come inside." Two ushers flanked the box office in uniforms that made them look like the quietest captains of the smallest ships. Their hats were glossy, their smiles practiced at a speed that never startled anyone. You bought your ticket and received in return the small assurance of paper. Control exchanged for permission. The lobby wore its winter best. Brass bright as a chorus, velvet in a shade that could only be called red if you had never seen wine. Chandeliers hung from the ceiling with the patience of fruit, throwing kinder versions of everyone across the polished floor. Couples moved through that orchard of light, choosing shadows as if picking seats from a tree. A girl held her mother's hand and studied the posters with a scholar's seriousness. A man hanging from a clock face, a woman laughing with her whole mouth. A chase scene that seemed to begin at the poster's edge and continue into the hall. From somewhere beneath the floor, the organ sighed awake. It was a voice with wood in it, a soft kind of thunder that offered weather without risk. You followed its suggestion down a carpeted slope into a room that could have been a church if churches favored lions and cherubs over saints. The walls offered their murals like dreams donated by travelers, and the ceiling wore a night sky made for matinees. A dim, painted heaven that did not require belief, only eyes. You chose a seat 3 rows back from the aisle, close enough to feel the breath of the story, far enough to keep your own. Around you, the city arranged itself into its gentlest audience. A man in shirt sleeves who had negotiated with his boss for an hour. 2 factory girls who brought with them the perfume of starch and brass buttons. A grandmother who folded her gloves carefully into her handbag as if tucking a child in. A boy with a cowlick that would not be reasoned with, who sat forward so hard his future almost tipped out of him. The lights dimmed, and the theater's soft public murmur folded into a hush that could have been woven. A title card introduced the newsreel first, as always, because the world insists on telling you what it has done before allowing you to dream. The organist switched to a voice made of newsprint, brisk, tidy, with little trumpets of humor for dogs, babies, and new inventions. On the screen, the president cut a ribbon. Men in hats lifted shovels ceremonially. A flood retreated in a town whose name left the screen too quickly to remain. Skaters pinwheeled across a frozen lake. A dirigible floated like a thought not yet decided upon. A crowd waved at the camera as if saluting the future itself. The audience bent toward the images as plants bend toward sun, together without discussion. Then a blink and a cat grinned, animation's small rebellion. Felix stretched into shapes that would break a body and make perfect sense to ink. Laughter scattered lightly across the seats like thrown rice. The boy with the cowlick clapped once before remembering his hands were supposed to be shy. Even the grandmother's shoulders shook with a dignified mirth, the kind that does not require teeth to show itself. The lights dipped 1 degree further. The organ sank into a warmer register, and the curtain, if it truly moved or only seemed to, offered the feature like a waiter with a covered dish. Harold Lloyd's bespectacled face appeared, earnest and determined, a man whose courage always seemed to arrive a half step after the danger, and somehow never too late. The audience leaned forward again, a field of human wheat catching the same wind. The story assembled itself with the economy of a well-made lunch pail. Boy meets job, job meets ladder, ladder meets the side of a building, and suddenly time belonged to hands and ledges, and the sympathetic gasps of strangers. The organ kept heartbeat for the room. When Harold dangled from the clock, the entire theater stopped breathing on time. Some inhaled, some exhaled, and every one of those breaths belonged to the same minute. You felt your own palms tingle, though you sat safely, your feet on carpet that had never met an edge. In the row ahead, a man reached for his wife's hand at precisely the moment Harold reached for the next sill. Both found what they were looking for. Relief arrived, as laughter does when fear has been politely escorted out. The theater allowed itself a collective exhale, And the organist, wise as rain, let the chord resolve in a way that made the whole thing feel inevitable, though you had been worried. Between scenes, you turned the theater into a study. The way light touched hair and made halos regardless of church membership. The way strangers borrowed each other's courage without asking. The way the dark gave permission for faces to be honest in their reactions. The boy with the cowlick tried to hold in a laugh that was too large for his rib cage. He failed beautifully. The factory girls whispered a running commentary in a language of pin-pricked thumbs and newly learned freedoms. The grandmother, at one point, dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief, and then, finding this too sweet a gesture for a matinee, converted it to the adjustment of an imaginary lash. Halfway through, a tiny interruption. The beam of light from the projection booth went wobbly for 3 breaths. A filament of story pulled thin. The audience did not groan. An usher, quick as a comma, moved to stand near the aisle, as if his posture could steady electricity. It did, or seemed to, which was enough. The beam fattened again. The picture regained its dignity. The organ, loyal, had never left. Outside the story, Chicago continued. Deliveries, dictation, dusting, decisions. Inside, time was measured differently. A chase sequence that should have been calamity became choreography. A near kiss that would break the world anywhere else became the world, briefly, entirely. When the villains are always slightly badly tailored, tripped over his own scheme, laughter pleased itself by being contagious. It moved row to row, taking hands like children dismissed from school. The film's last miracle, these films always deliver one, arrived not with a shout, but with the satisfaction of a knot coming loose under patient fingers. Applause broke like small surf against the apron of the stage. No one stood. Standing would have been too, much like waking. Instead, people did the respectful work of returning themselves to themselves. Coats reclaimed, hats unnested, programs smoothed into souvenirs without anyone admitting they were souvenirs. You lingered. The organist, relieved of duty, tried a few private notes, a tune he liked and could not keep from his hands. It was the kind of melody that reminds a room how to leave without forgetting. An usher held the door and, for a moment, squinted into the lobby's light as if adjusting between worlds. You joined the small procession up the carpeted slope, feeling the familiar reluctance of feet that had decided the dark was the right size. In the lobby, the city's day put its hand gently on everyone's shoulder. You have things to do, it seemed to say, but it did not hurry you. You let the poster's painted peril look ridiculous now that it was finished with you. You watched a boy convince his mother he needed a second viewing more than gloves. You pointed your face briefly toward a chandelier to feel the warm, false sun. Outside, the snow had thinned to a suggestion on north-facing steps. The air carried a faint rumor of orange peel from a peddler's cart and the steadier truth of steam rising from a street vent. You stood under the marquee and closed your eyes until the bulbs, even through lids, made a pattern that felt like applause. Then, you walked. The city after a matinee is another kind of theater. Store windows become sets. One dressed for haberdashery, another for millinery, a third for a brand new radio with a speaker grill like a cathedral's pew end. In one, a phonograph turns with ceremonial slowness, its needle tracing a spiral that puts a singer in the same room as a married couple considering a teapot. Outside a florist's, a man practices sincerity with a sprig of fern, fails, then buys violets because violets forgive. On a corner, a newsboy lifts the afternoon edition and finds the tone the headline deserves. A police blotter item about a raid 2 nights ago sits inches from a photograph of a champion skater smiling from under a hat the wind will take in 5 seconds. You buy a paper, not for the raid. You know more about raids than a column will teach, but for the weather, which has always been prose you can trust. You cross to a diner that remembers matinee schedules and keeps a pie at the ready for audiences inclined to reconsider their hunger at exactly this hour. The door chimes with the confidence of glass permitted to sing. You take a stool, and the cook nods like a man and a metronome at once. Pie arrives, apple, cinnamon, extravagant enough to pass for charity, and coffee that has learned, at last, when to be quiet. Two women from the theater take the booth behind you and retell the movie backward, finding that they like it even better that way. A delivery man sets a crate on the counter and asks the waitress if anyone today has looked like a person from a story. You, she says, and then takes his money, so he knows she wasn't teasing. Out the window, the afternoon discovers its own third act. Factory whistles change shift. Their voices triangulate the sky. A school releases its students in a double helix of scarves and satchels. A woman sets a chair outside her door and takes 5 minutes of sun-like medicine whose dosage is a secret. A man in a good suit examines a scrape on his shoe with surprise, as if misfortune had mistaken its address. You finish your pie to the tick of a wall clock that believes in schedules without cruelty. When you step back onto the sidewalk, you find yourself walking not toward the boarding house, but in a friendly loop, like a dog you have borrowed from a neighbor and are reluctant to return. The theater's glow stays with you a few blocks longer than it should, catching in the shop signs, settling like bees in the letters of a bakery that will recover from the morning's secrets by selling sugar truthfully until dusk. Near the river, you pause at a bridge and lean on the rail with the city's other people who have chosen, for no reason other than the rightness of the angle, to make this their semicircle of thought. The water moves with a seriousness that does not judge. A barge noses under you, and a man on deck looks up with the expression of someone reading a friend's name in a crowd and deciding not to shout. You tip your chin to him. The river makes more of the gesture than you intended, which is the river's habit. As the day thins, the temperature does too, and you turn toward home with the contentment of someone who has been loaned a better hour than the one they could have afforded. The red bulb of last night has no place in this light. It will wait where it waits. Tonight may ask for courage again, or may not. The day has earned the right not to predict. On your block, someone has swept not only their own stoop, but the one next door. A small act, not a sermon, and therefore more persuasive. A boy practices the Charleston in 4 clumsy steps, then converts it into a hopscotch that will require chalk in spring. A man reading in a window laughs so suddenly he knocks his knee on the sill and is briefly delighted to be hurt by something harmless. You climb your stairs, the familiar rail greeting your palm with the cordiality of wood. In the room, the radiator gives its gentle syllables as if resuming a conversation you had left to fetch milk. You set the newspaper on the table and discover that you do not need to read it. Your eyes have done their work today. You sit by the window with the pie's last sweetness at the back of your tongue and let the street assemble its pre-evening orchestra. A door closing carefully, a kettle somewhere letting its first impatient breath, a pair of heels measuring distance without hurry. Afternoons like this do not fix the world. They sand it. Edges that might catch on sleeves or hearts are smoothed for a while. The theater's dark has taught your eyes to treasure small lights, a lamp agreeing with its book, a match agreeing with its stove, a smile agreeing with a face that did not think it could manage one so soon. When dusk comes on, blue at first, then more complicated, you feel prepared to meet it without negotiation. Somewhere, Dorothy will see the same shade settle along her street, the silver cup still in its paper shroud on her dresser, like a moon wrapped for travel. She will choose a dress that can be danced in, or decide tonight is for mending a hem instead. Somewhere else, a band leader will polish a trumpet he polishes because it makes his hands steady, not because it changes how the notes behave. And across town, an organist will step into his small booth, lay his fingers on keys that remember him, and give a handful of strangers the gift of arriving together at a laugh they did not know how to find alone. You draw the curtain, 2 fingers, then 3, leaving a seam of evening to watch. The pie plate reflects the room's one lamp with the shy vanity of tin. Your breath slows into the pattern the day prefers. In with flour, out with cinnamon. In with snowmelt, out with warm carpet. In with Harold's impossible reach, out with the clock's forgiven time. Music drifts like smoke, filling rooms no law can silence. Evening folds itself back over the city with a familiarity that feels earned. Lamps bloom one by one, not in a hurry, and the streets arrange their shadows as if rehearsing for a play that will not be reviewed. You carry with you the quiet of the matinee, the warmth of pie and coffee still echoing in your senses, but the rhythm of the night has already begun its soft knock. Somewhere behind a curtained door, a trumpet warms its valves. Somewhere else, a drumstick brushes across a snare to test whether silence is ready to share its stage. By the time you step into the neighborhood that has learned to hide its treasures in basements and back rooms, you can feel the city leaning forward. It is not nervousness, but a kind of hunger, a shared curiosity about what songs might shape the night, what steps might shuffle across a floor worn down by dancers who believe in rhythm more than sleep. The narrow alley smells faintly of coal and cabbage, but beneath that you detect the perfume of something untamed, gin, tobacco, and the bright possibility of music. A door opens, not by your hand but by timing. You happen to be there when someone else leaves, and for a brief moment, the rules relax. You slip inside, descending into a room that glows with oil lamps and expectation. At first glance, it could be mistaken for any gathering place, but then the sound claims you. A saxophone stretches itself awake with a note so round it feels like a bead of honey rolling slowly down glass. A piano, not polished but honest, offers its chords like steady steps on a creaking staircase. The bass arrives last, low and deliberate, as if it has been walking alongside you all day, waiting for this invitation. The crowd is an orchestra in its own right. At one table, a couple shares a laugh that seems rehearsed, yet somehow remains fresh. At another, a group of students in raccoon coats, loud, certain, but not unkind, slap the table in time with the beat. Near the back, a woman in a hat adorned with feathers nods her head slowly, as though each note were a prayer answered. The air is thick with smoke, but the smoke itself seems to dance, curling and stretching to the rhythm. The band leader, a man with a trumpet that has more scratches than shine, raises his instrument to his lips. The room stills, not silent but attentive. Then he releases a sound that does not ask for permission. It is brash, yes, but also pleading, a call across some invisible divide. You think of trains, of voices carried through fog, of signals flashed from ships at sea. The trumpet does not tell a story in words, but the room nods as if it understands every syllable. The piano answers, playful at first, then insistent. Keys cascade like water over stones, finding paths no one predicted but everyone welcomes. A drum rolls in with brushes, soft but firm, reminding the dancers that their turn is near. And indeed, by the time the second chorus rises, the floor has filled. Shoes scuff, heels tap, and a Charleston begins to bloom in the center. The dancers are not polished. This is no contest. But the joy lies in the imperfection. A man misses a step and laughs, his partner catching him with a grip that is both firm and forgiving. What strikes you most is the mingling. Here, class is blurred, and the rigid lines of outside society dissolve like sugar in warm tea. College boys dance with shop girls. Businessmen share tables with musicians. White and black patrons stand shoulder to shoulder, listening, moving, breathing the same rhythm. In the 1920s, outside on the street, barriers are built and guarded. But here, underground, those barriers loosen. The music insists on it. A young woman in a bobbed haircut takes the floor alone. She throws her head back, arms wide, as the trumpet climbs higher and higher. The crowd cheers, not because she is graceful, but because she is free. That freedom is contagious. Soon others join, the floor alive with limbs and laughter. The band, sensing the energy, leans into it. Faster now, louder, daring the dancers to keep pace. Some falter, collapse into chairs with flushed cheeks, but others push on, exhilarated by the challenge. Then, without warning, the music softens. The trumpet mutes itself, the piano slows to a whisper, the bass cradles the room in gentle repetition. The dancers pause, catching their breath, surprised by the tenderness. Couples draw closer. A hand rests on a shoulder with unspoken gratitude. The hush is intimate, like a confession shared between strangers who may never meet again. You realize this too, is jazz. Not just noise and speed, but the courage to pause, to stretch silence until it becomes music itself. Outside, the law prowls, but inside, corruption ensures that the knock on the door will not come tonight. The owner, sweating slightly in his waistcoat, has already paid the proper hands. The bartender pours from bottles without labels, filling cups with liquid that burns but also binds. Each sip is a contract. We know the risks, and still, we drink. A sudden commotion draws your eye. At the corner table, a man has risen, waving his arms as if conducting the band. He is not drunk, at least not only drunk. He is carried away by the rhythm, possessed by the urgency of it. The band plays on, half amused, half inspired. The crowd claps in time, encouraging the spectacle. For a moment, the man is conductor, preacher, mad prophet of the underground. Then, as quickly as it began, he sits, breathless, grinning sheepishly. Applause erupts, not mocking but grateful. Everyone understands. The music made him do it. As midnight approaches, the set draws toward its close. The bandleader wipes his brow, raises his trumpet one last time, and lets loose a note so piercing it feels as though it might crack the ceiling. The dancers freeze in awe, then erupt again, moving faster than they thought possible. The note stretches, impossibly high, then finally falls into silence. The room, stunned, waits a heartbeat before cheering, stamping, whistling. The walls themselves seem to pulse with approval. You step outside into the cooler night, ears ringing, heart steady but full. The city greets you with its usual mixture of smoke and frost. But now it feels different, less oppressive, more alive. The memory of that trumpet will linger, echoing in your chest, long after the night has emptied into morning. Walking home, you pass others, leaving similar doors, their faces lit with the same glow. Some hum snatches of the tunes, others walk arm in arm, their steps unconsciously still in time. Above, the elevated train rattles by, indifferent, carrying its tired passengers. But down here, on the street, the music remains, stitched into every gesture, every laugh, every slow, satisfied breath. Jazz has no fixed ending. It drifts, it returns, it sneaks into corners where silence thought it was safe. And tonight, as you close your door behind you, the rhythm follows like a loyal companion, a whisper in the dark, promising more. Radios knit the city into one soft room. Even after the trumpet's last high note has thinned into memory, the night does not hurry you toward sleep. It offers another door, quieter than a basement stair, gentler than a dance hall lamp, and you take it almost without thinking. Home has prepared itself the way a careful host does. A chair angled toward comfort, a small table made generous by the presence of a lamp, the window breathing in the cool with the steadiness of cotton curtains. And on the bureau, at the place of honor where formal portraits used to sit, stands the newest marvel to earn the right to call itself furniture, a radio. It is not much to look at, or maybe it is everything. A wooden cabinet with a small face of dials, a wire leading out the window like a kite string to the clothesline, a horn-shaped loudspeaker perched beside it in a posture halfway between flower and phonograph. Beside these, on a folded cloth, rests the cat's whisker crystal set, a more modest contraption of coils and clips, still useful when the city's air is especially polite. The sight of them suggests a household that keeps both candle and lamp, match and lighter, old faith and new certainty. You sit. The chair receives you as though you were expected. On the radio's dial, cities have been reduced to poetry. Pittsburgh, Detroit, New York, Schenectady. Names arranged like stops on a journey you can now take without leaving your slippers. The habit is familiar by now. You lower the volume before daring the switch, then nudge the dial upward until the cabinet hums the way a kettle does when it remembers work. The room leans in. Even the radiator pauses between jokes to listen. At first there is only a comfortable storm, static, soft as wool. Then, like a distant streetcar finally turning into your block, a tone appears. Not a tune yet, just a long, steady thread woven through the snow. You adjust the dial with 2 fingers, the way one turns a lock when someone dear has gone out and is due home. The thread brightens. A voice follows, tinny, a little breathless, as if racing to cross a street before the light changes. This is WBZ. The letters arrive like a child's blocks pushed across the floor, one at a time, each thudding into place. You exhale without meaning to. The radio answers by clearing its throat, and then the evening unfolds. A piano first, unhurried chords, the kind that would not wake a sleeping cat. The announcer returns, his consonants wearing their best shoes. He names the band, the hour, the sponsor, a salve for chapped hands and chapped hearts, he says with a kindness that cannot be entirely rehearsed, and invites the city to gather. You imagine other rooms at this exact moment finding each other in the dark. A widow with a shawl draped over her knees. A family of 5 sharing one armchair by committee. 2 cousins in an attic tapping the table whenever the signal strengthens, as though applauding the sky. The wonder of it is not simply the music, nor the neat trick of distance undone. It is the feeling of being braided, of having your small quiet added to a greater hush. The band plays a waltz. Your street slows to match it. The drummer brushes a soft heartbeat. You notice your own. The trumpet, domesticated for the airwaves, finds its indoor voice and behaves. Somewhere, you imagine Dorothy, silver cup on her dresser, leaning into the same melody, the same little squeaks of the dial, the same small smile of arrival. A citywide duet, conducted by wires and will. Between songs come the homely miracles, a farm report that treats weather like a beloved relative, baseball box scores read in the crisp tone of a clerk who believes numbers deserve respect, an advertisement for a soap that promises to make collars braver. None of it is urgent. That is the gift. The day's complications have been folded away in a drawer, and what remains are smaller truths. How many bushels? How the pitcher fared? How soap dreams of water? Your shoulders drift lower, and the lamp approves. When the band rests, a lecturer takes the chair at the other end of the invisible table. He speaks not to persuade, but to companion. His subject is the new roads the country is building, how concrete, properly laid, behaves like good manners under tires, how a bridge keeps a promise between two pieces of land. He says progress the way some men say, Amen, softly, as if to spare it from winter. You picture the couple you met at the auto camp, their map creased into a testament, listening from a tourist cabin miles away. Their radio is smaller, perhaps only a crystal set, with headphones passed back and forth, but the thread of voice reaches them just the same. Tomorrow, the man whispers to his wife when the weather report announces clear skies. We'll make the next town by noon. The radio closes the distance between promise and plan by the width of a thumb on a dial. You stand to tug the window down another inch. The antenna wire trembles, then steadies. From the street below rises the ordinary chorus, a door finding its latch, a bicycle bell practicing courtesy, a late streetcar sending sparks as if blessing the rails. The radio folds these into its own story without complaint. When you sit again, the voice has given way to a string trio, violin, cello, piano, playing a hymn that once lived only in churches, but has learned to visit parlors. It is neither sermon nor spectacle. It is simply a hand placed on the day's shoulder. You let the melody finish its task. When the set goes to station break, you rest your ear against quieter amusements. A newspaper waits. On the back page, crosswords have begun to occupy the same pride of place once given to parade routes and recipes. You fill a few squares. 7 letters for preposterous. You grin, asinine, a word that scolds without raising its voice. Across the hall, someone sneezes, and another. Someone says, "Bless you," as if it were a password that opens the speakeasy of kindness. You draw a dark little L through an error and forgive yourself quickly. Across town, 1,000 erasers make a snowfall of their own. A knock at the door, neighborly, unafraid. Mr. Klein from downstairs steps in with a respectful cough and the dignified air of a man who will accept neither tea nor praise. "The son," he says, "has a report due." "Electricity." He pronounces the word like a guest of honor. "Might he look at your set?" You wave them both in. The boy's eyes are round with the useful greed of curiosity. You open the cabinet and speak gently of cats, whiskers, and galena, of coils and aerials, of grounding a set the way one grounds a person, with a wire to the firmest truth available. He nods, then nods again, eyes flicking between the diagram in his book and the friendly guts of your radio. When you close the cabinet, he places his hand on it with the tenderness a child reserves for animals and old men. "Thank you," he says without looking up. His father tips his hat to the room, which accepts the compliment. After they go, you tune again, this time letting the dial slip a little further east. Voices appear and vanish like towns seen from a train. Chicago, Cleveland, a station that calls itself the voice of the prairie with such conviction you can smell hay. At last, you catch a signal that arrives with the ring of good cutlery, a studio clearly proud of its microphones. The announcer's voice is calm as a clock. "We present," he says, "the hotel orchestra, live from the grand ballroom." He could be speaking to the city, or to you alone. The radio has erased the difference. The first bars lift, and you are in two rooms at once. Your lamp-lit quiet, and a room of velvet and mirror where couples move in unison and a waiter adjusts a place setting with sacred exactness. You taste both coffee and champagne, even if there is neither in your glass. Hours can pass this way, and often do. But tonight, the radio is careful with you. It knows when to let the program gentler by degrees. A baritone sings a lullaby written for someone else's child. The announcer returns to remind listeners to remove ice from their stoops in the morning. A final weather bulletin predicts a dusting only, no more. You think of all the roofs over which this forecast drifts, tenements packed like good intentions, tidy bungalows with dogs the size of kettles, hotels where travelers sleep on unfamiliar pillows and dream of clocks. You click the switch and the room deepens, not into silence exactly, but into a softer version of listening. The radio's after hum settles into the furniture like a kitten deciding which lap to trust. The antenna wire, freed of vocation, hangs in the night like a loose idea that will be needed tomorrow. You set the paper aside and turn to the small games that keep a body company on its way to sleep. On the dresser, the mahjong tiles wait in their neat rows, bone and bamboo wearing tiny paintings, winds, dragons, seasons. You run your thumb along a red dragon and feel the groove of its paint like a heartbeat. You do not play, not tonight. You simply enjoy the cool, patient weight of the pieces, the way order can be stacked and unstacked without complaint. A friend once brought an Ouija board to a winter party and treated the planchette with the respect due a skittish bird. You remember the circle of hands, the candle guttering with the drama of its own opinions, the nervous laughter when the board spelled out nothing more scandalous than hello. The memory makes you smile now, not for the spirits it failed to summon, but for the way the evening found its courage without them. The radio, too, is a séance of sorts, a gathering to invite distant voices into the room, to admit, temporarily, safely, that one's own thoughts benefit from company. You tidy the small altar of the evening, the crossword folded, the pencil laid atop it like a bookmark between day and night. The radio's dial returned to 0, the way a compass is returned to north before putting it away. You turn the lamp down to the line where it breathes rather than glows. Across the alley, a woman waters a fern that is older than the building. In the window above her, a silhouette lifts a violin and draws from it a single ribbon of sound, too polite to call itself music and too honest to be anything else. Far off, a dog coughs and forgives itself immediately. From the dresser, you lift the photograph that usually stands where the radio now does. The family portrait with its stern father and industrious mother, the children lined up like promises. You set the picture beside the set and feel, without needing to say it, that the old life and the new have achieved a sort of treaty. The portrait says, "Remember what lasts." The radio answers, "Remember how it travels." Between them, your room holds both things like warm bread. Before bed, you open the window a hand's width to let the night enter on its best behavior. The antenna wire brushes the wood with a small, satisfied sound. You imagine signals threading themselves through that gap, music still en route, baseball scores still being spoken into microphones by men who smell of ink, prayers carried unintentionally by voices asking for dedications to sweethearts and distant sons. The city is a loom tonight, and the thread that passes over and under, ties you to strangers you could name if you had to and never will. In the half-light between lamp and dark, a thought arrives, a soft arithmetic you have begun to trust. Once, leisure meant crowds, tickets, the trust of doors that lock behind you and then open again. Now, more and more, it also means a chair and a switch, a dial and a patience. It means learning the weather of static and being unafraid of a brief snow between stations. It means allowing news to approach at a walking pace, leaving room for one's own breath. The decade has taught its loud lessons in dance halls and alleys. Tonight, it teaches a quiet one, that a gentle voice, well-tuned, can make a city feel like a parlor. You undress without hurry, the day folding itself neatly on the chair's back. The bed receives you in the way good beds do, balancing honesty with mercy. Before you lie down, you look once more at the radio and the portrait now sharing the bureau. You tell them both good night, because this is a city where even the furniture has earned politeness. Then you slip under the covers and listen for a while to the ambient orchestra that never auditions. The building settling, a cab splashing somewhere, the dress of the wind catching on the corner of the roof and letting go. When sleep takes your hand, it does so as the radio did, with confidence, with modesty, with more reach than thunder. And in your last waking thought, you see what the dial will show tomorrow. Not just stations, but the names of places you have never been and somehow already belong to. Highways stretch like lullabies across the darkening land. By the time the last notes from the radio have faded into the wood of the walls, another sound is already in the air, steady, insistent, a low murmur not of music, but of motion. It is the hum of engines rolling out of the city, tires sighing over newly laid pavement, headlights stitching white seams across the countryside. America, in these years, has discovered not only that it likes to travel, but that it cannot stop. The automobile, once a novelty, has become both servant and master. And so, while one part of the city listens by the lamp to voices in the air, another part loads sandwiches into baskets, checks spare tires, and heads out under the forgiving sky. The year is still the middle of the 1920s. Model Ts crowd the streets with a stubborn cheer, their fenders wearing mud like a badge of usefulness. Children wave from the rumble seats of Chevrolets. A salesman with his collar undone leans forward over a steering wheel, as if urgency could translate into speed. The air tastes of gasoline more often than coal smoke now, and gas stations bloom like new flowers on every corner. Their pumps gleam like altars. Their attendants wear caps tipped just so, dispensing gallons and advice in equal measure. It is Saturday evening, and the habit has already formed. Families pile into cars, mothers with picnic hampers on their laps, fathers with one hand on the horn as if the music of the drive required an occasional bright note. The city falls away more quickly than it once did. Only a decade earlier, these same families might have spent their leisure confined to a few blocks, bound by the limits of the trolley line. Now the road itself is their invitation, unrolling beneath them with a promise of freedom. You imagine yourself in the back seat of one such automobile, knees touching another's, the upholstery smelling faintly of oilcloth and dust. The road rises and dips, lined with telephone poles like sentinels keeping pace. Outside the window, farmhouses tilt toward the evening, lanterns beginning to glow in kitchens. The horizon stretches longer than your yawn, and the car seems to float upon it. Conversation inside is gentle, half shouted over the engine, but content. "Where are we going?" someone asks. "Out," is the answer, and that is enough. By the side of the road, signs announce new forms of welcome. A fruit stand with crates of apples stacked like polished lanterns. A wooden shack with a hand-painted sign, "Sandwiches 5 cents." A farmer selling jars of honey, each one glowing amber in the slanted sun. The car slows, pulls over, exchanges coins for sweetness. Everyone agrees the honey tastes better when eaten by the side of the road, leaning against the fender, listening to crickets begin their chorus. In such moments, the country seems to discover itself all over again, not through battles or speeches, but through stops and starts along a ribbon of pavement. Night finds the travelers at auto camps, those impromptu villages that have sprouted wherever grass meets gravel. Here, cars become temporary houses. A blanket draped from a door to a tree makes a tent. Folding chairs ring a common fire. Children chase each other with sticks that glow at their tips from the embers. A woman ladles stew from a pot balanced on bricks, while her neighbor offers slices of pie cooled on a car hood. They are strangers, but only until the food is passed. After that, they are a community, however brief, knitted together by appetite, smoke, and the shared adventure of motion. The camps are simple. There may be a pump for water, a wooden privy, a lantern strung between posts, but they are more than enough. A man from Ohio brags about the new road he took, smooth as a tabletop all the way to Indiana. Another describes a storm that forced his family to sleep sitting up inside their car, rain drumming on the roof like impatient fingers. Laughter spreads easily here, carried by the night air. The road has humbled and delighted everyone in equal measure, and they swap stories as currency. Lying in your tent, you hear the conversations drift on. The smell of gasoline mingles with pine needles. A harmonica sends up a tune that falters but persists. Overhead, stars reclaim their authority, unchallenged by city lamps. You feel, as so many do, that the country has grown larger and smaller all at once. Larger because you can reach more of it than ever. Smaller because now it fits into one evening's drive. The automobile has made America intimate. By morning, the camp dissolves like dew. Cars are packed with practiced efficiency, children still drowsy, mothers already retying scarves against the wind. Engines cough awake. The road claims them again. Soon the clearing is empty except for a few ashes and a forgotten tin cup. Yet the memory of the gathering remains, as if the trees themselves have learned a new song. Highways, too, are multiplying. The Federal Highway Act of 1921 has set in motion a web of connections. Concrete stretches where once there were ruts. Numbered routes begin to replace the patchwork of names. The Lincoln Highway, the Dixie Highway, the Yellowstone Trail. These grand phrases once painted on barns and fence posts are now joined by standardized markers hammered into the soil. The map of America is changing, and with it, the shape of leisure. In towns along the way, storefronts lean eagerly toward the road. A diner opens earlier, closes later. A garage installs brighter lights. A drugstore offers curbside service, sending soda clerks running to. Cars with root beer floats balanced on trays. Local festivals now feature automobile parades, their chrome catching the sun, their horns brassy as marching bands. Where the road goes, commerce follows, and where commerce gathers, leisure blooms. Not all is bright, of course. Accidents rise. Newspapers carry photographs of bent fenders and statistics of sorrow. Preachers scold from pulpits, warning that speed is vanity disguised as freedom. Yet even these cautions cannot slow the tide. The automobile has become too woven into life. To deny it would be to deny breath. And so the risks are folded in with the pleasures, like shadows cast by lantern light. On Sunday afternoons, you see couples driving with no destination at all. They call it going for a spin, but the truth is closer to prayer. The steady hum of the motor, the rush of wind through open windows, the countryside unspooling at a manageable pace. It is meditation disguised as motion. Lovers find privacy in parked cars, courting without the gaze of parents. Families rediscover each other between towns, children pointing out cows and clouds, parents smiling at jokes softened by distance. In these miles, America learns to be both restless and at peace. Roadside attractions begin their quiet reign. A sign promises the world's largest ball of twine. Another invites you to marvel at a petrified tree. A farmer charges a nickel to see his two-headed calf. Silly? Perhaps. Yet people stop. They laugh, they take photographs, they tell others. The road is not only about reaching destinations, it is about collecting curiosities, souvenirs of wonder that stitch together the long stretches of asphalt. Even the most ordinary landscapes become theater. A field of sunflowers, viewed from the window of a moving car, feels like applause. A line of telephone poles receding into distance resembles a hymn sung in orderly stanzas. A gas station glowing at midnight can look to a weary driver like a lighthouse. This is leisure reshaped not by invention alone, but by perception, the way travel teaches the eye to bless what it sees. By week's end, travelers return to the city, their cars bearing mud like stories. Neighbors ask, "Where did you go?" The answers vary. To the lake, to visit cousins, just out. But behind each answer is a common truth. The road itself was the destination. The motion was the meaning. And in that motion, America has found both restlessness and rest. You too feel the pull. Even as the city gathers you back into its arms, the thought of those highways lingers. They are lullabies in their own right, long lines of promise humming just beyond the horizon. Tomorrow, or the day after, or the next summer, you will set out again. For now, though, the image of cars like lanterns moving across the land is enough to carry you into sleep. The city exhales, settling into gentle night. By the time the last car horns fade into the distance, the city itself seems to pause. The broad avenues, once so alive with motion and chatter, grow quieter, as if exhaling a long-held breath. Lamps burn with a softer glow now. The clatter of the streetcars slows, bells chiming with less insistence. The roaring 20s, so full of brass and bright noise, also knew how to lean into silence at day's end. And in that quiet, one can feel the full measure of the age, its exhaustion, its excitement, its restless energy, and its yearning for calm. You imagine yourself walking along a side street, shoes brushing the brick sidewalk. Behind curtains, radios hum faintly, voices whispering from unseen announcers. Somewhere, a gramophone winds down, the last crackling notes of a jazz record dissolving into static. Couples return home from speakeasies, stepping carefully along the stairs so as not to wake landladies. Children, worn from a Sunday at the ballpark or the lake, lie sprawled in bed, their dreams filled with Babe Ruth's home runs or the dizzy spin of a Charleston. The night air smells of coal smoke mixed with new scents, gasoline lingering from the cars, perfume fading from flapper dresses, fried onions drifting out of an automat still serving late diners. It is an air thick with stories. At this hour, policemen lean against lampposts, tipping their hats as passers-by hurry by. Taxi drivers stretch, waiting for one last fare. A newspaper boy, nearly asleep on his stack, mutters headlines in his dreams. The whole city, once so fierce with sound, grows drowsy. And yet, even here in the quiet, leisure endures. In boarding houses, groups of tenants gather in dim kitchens, sipping weak coffee and talking of crossword clues they could not quite solve. On porches in new suburbs, families rest in wicker chairs, the hum of crickets steady beyond their gardens. Lovers sit in parked cars on darkened roads, the night stretching before them like possibility itself. Leisure in the 1920s was not only about spectacle and speed. It was also about these softer moments, stolen between the rush, treasured because they were unremarkable. Think of the flappers, their voices hoarse from laughter, shoes scuffed from hours of dance. They return to rented rooms and lay dresses across chairs, staring into mirrors where rouge lingers faintly. Tomorrow, they will go to work in offices or shops, but tonight, they carry the satisfaction of having lived a new rhythm, their own rhythm. Think of the young men, collars loosened, ties askew, who have sat through baseball games and boxing matches, eyes bright with admiration, now home to modest apartments where the only luxury is the memory of what they have witnessed. The radio, that strange wooden box with its cat's whisker and crackle of static, continues its work. Somewhere a family gathers close, their chairs drawn near as if to a hearth. They listen to a voice describing the weather in another state, or music played in another city, marveling that distance has been defeated. For them, this too is leisure, the wonder of sound traveling unseen, a connection spun out of invisible threads. When the program ends, they turn off the set, leaving the house to the deeper silence of sleep. Not all nights are peaceful. Sometimes the quiet is broken by a sudden crack of gunfire, a reminder that prohibition has not only filled clubs, but streets with violence. Newspapers tomorrow will carry reports of another turf battle, another unsolved shooting. But even such shadows are muted by the hour. The city has learned to fold noise and danger into its nightly rest. It has always done so. Step into the countryside, and the silence is even more profound. Automobiles have carried families back to auto camps and farms where lanterns now hang low, flames flickering. The roads, which seemed endless under the afternoon sun, now lie dark, but for the occasional sweep of headlights. In farmhouses, children drift into dreams while their parents discuss tomorrow's chores. Leisure here takes a different shape. Cards played at a kitchen table, a quiet read by the lamp, the smell of pies cooling by the window. In these hours, the decade's contradictions grow gentle. The roaring becomes purring, the scandal becomes story, the frantic becomes lullaby. You can almost feel the spirit of the age tucking itself in, satisfied that it has danced, sung, and run far enough for one day. Picture one last scene. A dance hall finally closing. Musicians pack their instruments, shoulders aching from the endless rhythm. The janitor sweeps glitter and cigarette butts from the floor. Couples step into the cool night, shoes damp from rain beginning to fall. Their laughter fades down alleys. A single trumpet note lingers, faint as memory. Or another, a movie palace darkened at last, its chandeliers dimmed, velvet seats empty. The organist stretches fingers stiff from playing, tips his hat to the usher, and disappears into the night. On the screen, only shadows remain. Outside, the marquee still glows, a beacon against the quiet street. Or still another, a speakeasy door closing softly, its secret once again hidden. Inside, chairs are stacked, glasses washed and set to dry. The bartender, weary but content, counts the night's takings and pockets the folded bills. Upstairs, ordinary life resumes, the shop above ready to open in the morning as if nothing has happened. The decade has given so much: noise, daring, invention, and scandal. But in the hush of night, it offers something more precious, the proof that even in an age of speed, there remains room for slowness, that amid the Charleston, and the crack of bats, amid champagne hidden in teacups and engines racing toward the horizon, there is still the soft breath of rest. Tonight, you may hear echoes of those sounds, the whistle of a train fading across the prairie, the faint hum of a radio drifting from a neighbor's house, the memory of laughter carried on night air. They are not here to rouse you, but to comfort you, to remind you that every age, even one as restless as the 1920s, has known how to rest. So let the curtain fall gently across this story. Imagine the lamps dimming, one by one, across the neighborhoods. Imagine the last auto campfire going out, the last crossword penciled in, the last dance step fading into silence. The roaring 20s sleep now, and with them so may you. Rest easy now. The roads, the music, the laughter, all of it waits in memory. For tonight, the world is quiet, and you are safe. Good night.